Baseball is brought to you by Truist. It's a gorgeous Saturday night in Atlanta, Georgia. Another packed house will greet us here at Truist Park for the middle game of 3 with the Braves and the fighting Phillies, who've won 5 of the first 7 head-to-head matchups. Got to control that guy and got to get some good starting pitching from Ian Anderson, who takes the ball for Atlanta in the middle game of the set. Hi again, friends. Chip and Jeff with you. Paul Bird will be along in just a moment. Tough day for the Braves last night. Make no mistake about that. But if you're looking for silver linings, partner, all of a sudden the middle of the Braves order is starting to heat up as the weather warms up. That is certainly good news for Braves fans everywhere.
Yeah, for sure. First couple weeks, this was a one-man wrecking crew and Ronald Acuna. Well, all of a sudden, Marcell Ozuna, Ozzie Albies, and Dansby Swanson's bats are starting to heat up. And that's great news for this offense. You needed these guys to get going. One thing I've noticed, Ozuna and Swanson both going to right center more. And Ozzie getting in deeper counts. 2-3-2 counts last night. He continues to do that. He's going to get his hits. And look, this kind of starts to lengthen the lineup, something that the Braves did better than anybody last year in baseball.
And they've wakened up since that doubleheader sweep at the hands of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Now we've got to get Freddie Freeman going, and we've got to get Ian Anderson back in the win column. His 23rd birthday wasn't so fun against the Blue Jays, Jeff. Quite frankly, we need him to be a stopper tonight.
For sure. With Huascar Ynoa kind of being one of the main aces, Ian Anderson's had a great start to this year. Had a huge start against the Yankees and Cubs. Last start, he struggled a little bit, but I'll tell you what, when he's got his changeup fastball, and that's really the big thing for him. If he's throwing strikes and getting ahead, he can go to work with the changeup and curveball. Hopefully we see that tonight. We need a good start from him.
Well, the Phillies have not won back-to-back road games all year. That's a trend that Ian Anderson and the Braves hope continues in Game 2 tonight. Perfect weather, big crowd. Hopefully we'll be dancing in the aisles after the Braves even up this series at a game apiece. First pitch and starting lineups coming your way right after the break.
Atlanta Braves baseball is brought to you by Synovus, the bank of here, and by the All-South Highway Safety Team. Play it safe. Slow down.
Well, Jeffrey, you can't ask for better weather with a capacity crowd here at Truist Park. 73 degrees, light winds out of the west. Forecast is great tonight and tomorrow as well. And let's forecast a Braves win. Joe Girardi's club is red hot. They've won their last 5 games. As I mentioned a moment ago, they have yet to win back-to-back road games. And they have made a change to their Toyota starting 9. Rhys Hoskins gets the night off after a tough opening game yesterday.
Yeah, 4 strikeouts for him yesterday. Give him the night, let him relax.
No relaxing, though, when you have a kid as talented as Ian Anderson facing you for the Atlanta Braves. Anderson 2-1 on the year, makes his 7th start, and coming off a 4-run, 4-inning performance last time out against the Blue Jays down in Dunedin, Florida.
You can see the ERA there. Good work against the NL East. Their last 3 starts went 6 2/3 versus the Yanks, 7 versus the Cubs, no innings. Last time out, 4 innings, as you said, Chip, 4 runs, 89 pitches. Got to keep that down, throw strikes.
So what are the 4 keys for the Braves to get even in this series?
Now, that's perfect for Ian Anderson. If there's one Achilles heel for him, he's got 14 walks this year. Get ahead, go to work, and then for the offense, tack on. We saw the Phillies take that big lead last night and then continue to score. Same thing tonight. Continue to score and don't let this one be a close one.
Yeah, no 6-run first innings, if you please, for Ian Anderson, who starts his night off downstairs, and we are underway. Andrew McCutchen leads off. He's got a 4-game hit streak for the Phillies, batting .206 so far on the year. And lifted out of play, foul for an even count for the Phillies leadoff man, Andrew McCutchen, who drove in 2 runs in the game last night. Anderson straight over the top, and that one bounced about 3 feet in front of the plate. 2 balls and a strike. Ozuna, Pache, Acuna left to right in the Braves outfield. Austin Riley in the bright sunshine at third. Swanson, Albies, and Freeman the rest of the infield alignment, with William Contreras behind the plate. And McCutchen now 3 balls and a strike. Yeah, McCutchen a low batting average, but he is getting on base a lot. He is not afraid to take ball 4. He's ahead 3-1 here. A little tapper, that'll help. Anderson gets a broken bat roller for the first out of the game. That's when Ian's at his best, Jeff. You mentioned his numbers against Toronto. He only had 4 ground ball outs in that 4-inning outing. When that changeup and that breaking ball and that sinker is working, he just wears out the infield grass.
Absolutely. And with this defense, probably one of the best infield defenses in baseball. Let them make the plays. Look, with that changeup, he's going to get his strikeouts from time to time just because of how good he is. But as you said, let your defense work.
Gene Segura, after a 4-hit game yesterday, goes to work on the first pitch tonight and rips it into the left field corner. And that is a home run. It went over the fence. On the first pitch, Gene Segura hits a homer. I lost it in the sunshine, never saw it go over the wall, and it came back on the field of play so quickly.
Yeah, I don't think Hunter Wintlestar saw it either. He just did fair.
Disappears and clearly over the fence. So Segura, with a 5-hit series, gives the Phillies a 1-0 lead. That's his second home run of the year. Didn't expect that. Segura just came back from the injured list with a quad problem. He has come out scorching hot. And the Phillies strike again in the first with Bryce Harper in the batter's box. And Anderson misses up and away for Harper. 1 ball, no strikes. Anderson's facing the Phillies for the 3rd time this year. He's given up 4 homers. The Phillies are the only team that's taken him deep.
Segura seeing everything right now.
And he's not just pulling the ball to left. He made a living hitting the ball to right field last night. So the Phillies strike first, 1-0. Anderson back to work and misses badly to Harper. Ball 3. Harper's walked 18 times. They've got the lead. I'll bet they green light him. Why not?
I think he's pretty much got a
full-time
green light.
Yeah, whatever and whenever, right? And that's down and in, ball 4. So Harper walks. 1 in, 1 out, 1 on, and JT Realmuto's the batter. Phillies are red hot. They've won 5 games in a row. They have won 5 of 7 against Atlanta in the head-to-head season series. Again, this is the 3rd time the Braves have played the Phillies in the first 6-7 weeks of the season.
Yeah, you're going to be 35 games in, and you've already played half of what you're going to play the Phils all season.
And to your point last night, still haven't seen the Mets, for example. We'll see them on the next homestand. Realmuto at .308 for the year. He's hit 4 homers, and he scorches that toward the gap in right center. That one's going to be high off the brick wall. Well played by Pache. The throw coming to second, and swipe tag missed. The throw was a little high. Dansby went to get the baseball, and Realmuto was able to slide in safely with a ringing double. They're at second and third with 1 out.
Man, what a great throw by Christian. The fastball middle of the plate.
I'm detecting a pattern here.
See where Dansby had to jump. He had to try to swipe the tag, and Realmuto went to the inside of the bag.
Other than McCutchen and Harper, the Phillies have been very aggressive early in the count with Segura and Realmuto. Alec Boehm was in the first inning last night. Hit the first pitch he saw for a run-scoring hit. He's been one of their best RBI men in his young career. And Henderson paints the inside corner, strike 1.
Well, I said it, Chip, with Ian, if you get behind as a hitter, he's got so many weapons to go to with that changeup. Like, you're right. Even though Segura hit a curveball, it was over the middle of the plate first pitch, and then Realmuto trying to be aggressive.
Good stop by Contreras. Boehm for his career, a .386 hitter with runners in scoring position. He's got 2 Phillies aboard, and Harper at third, Realmuto at second after a Gene Segura homer into the bright sunshine down the left field line. That's the pitch Ian has to have. He's got a good enough fastball, but the changeup has been up, it's been down, it's been spiked. He hasn't found the rhythm with that quite yet. Didn't chase it. Ball 3. Didi Gregorius, Mr. Grand Slam, is waiting on deck for Philadelphia. First base open. Bohm way ahead in the count. 3 balls and a strike. And a shot hit towards second will score a run. Give Bohm the RBI. 19th run batted in. That brings in Bryce Harper. They cash in the base on balls after the homer. Real Muto to third with 2 outs, and the Phillies lead by 2. ABC baseball for Philadelphia, Jeff.
Yeah, in that scenario there, look, 3-1 count. Being this early in the game, you'll kind of trade that out for that for an RBI for them. Here for Ian, you just want to get this out and get in the dugout after last night's first inning.
Didi Gregorius, and that's downstairs. If there has been a dent in the armor for Ian Anderson, it's been situations like this with runners in scoring position, league hitting almost 300 against him. Frankly, that's been a problem for the entire Braves staff in the first 32 games. See if he can take care of Gregorius and stop the bleeding at 2. That's a good way to do it. 1 ball, 1 strike. League hitting .281 with 2 outs and runners in scoring position this year against Ian Anderson. A ball and a strike for the Philly shortstop. Here it is. That's more like it. 1-2.
It's the second good changeup in a row to Didi.
Phillies had 7 2-out RBIs last night. 7 of their 12 runs. Time to stop that nonsense if we can. The pitch is lifted foul out of play into the big crowd. And Anderson with 20 first inning pitches. This is what got him against Toronto. A lot of deep counts, a lot of long counts. One ball, 2 strikes. Real Muto leads at third with 2 outs. Here it is. And it's 2-2. Full count. Brad Miller waits on deck. He's in place of Rhys Hoskins in tonight's game. We'd like to see him leading off the second. First, the payoff pitch for Gregorius, and he chased it. Anderson stops the bleeding. A homer, a walk, a double, and a ground out gives Vince Velasquez a 2-0 lead as the Braves come up. Gene Segura with a home run, part of the 2-run Phillies outburst in the top of the first inning. Now the Braves go to work at 15-17 on the year. Ronald Acuna Jr. is again atop Brian Snitker's Toyota starting lineup. No other changes as the Braves face off with Vince Velasquez, who's taken advantage of Matt Moore's COVID-related injured list stint. He's pitched very well for the Phillies after giving up a ton of runs in his first outing of the year.
Yeah, last couple of years in their rotation, got exiled to the pen during spring training. He's got a chance. He threw 67, 74, and 98 in his last start, so stretched out. Good news is you saw those numbers. The Braves have hit him well. Something to pay attention to also. Right-handed batters this year, 37 ABs, 5 home runs. Lefties, no home runs in 34. So for this Braves right-handed heavy lineup, good sign.
Ronald Acuna Jr. will lead off for the Braves. He drove in one of the Atlanta runs last night. He's averaged at .321, 10 homers, 22 driven in. How about a leadoff homer to get this crowd energized again? Phillies struck for 2 in the top of the inning. And that's banged foul at third. Strike 1 for Acuna. Fourth straight start for Velasquez with Matt Moore coming back in their bullpen. Another thing to keep an eye on with Velasquez, same thing you mentioned with Ian Anderson. Bases on balls. This guy has good stuff, but is often wild. And Acuna scorched that foul, 0-2. And that in and of itself is the reason why Velasquez is a sometimes starter, sometimes reliever. Too many walks. So Ronald down 0-2. And a little high for the Braves right fielder Ronald Acuna Jr. Leads the club, or leads the league I should say, in 29 runs and a .414 on base percentage. 12 hits, a couple of homers against the Phillies so far this year. Freddie Freeman on deck. First the 1-2 pitch. Here it is.
And I would say that's the one thing with Velasquez. You see that pitch right there, overthrowing, trying to paint the corner, throw harder you need to. As you said, that's kind of his. He can get wild.
Popped up. Segura drifts out. Harper hustles in to join him. And it'll be Bryce Harper in shallow right to take care of Acuna for out number 1. Loved your breakdown of Freddie Freeman's hitting woes on Braves Live before the game. For the fans just tuning in, can you summarize what you were talking about for the Braves first baseman, who is 0 for May?
Yeah, it's the least amount of time we've ever seen him hit the ball to left field, left center. That's his kind of power alley where he goes. And a big thing, last year, Freddie was one of the best in baseball, hitting .435 off the fastball chip. This year, .157.
That doesn't seem possible.
No, and he's got good numbers against Velasquez. He's .345 with 3 doubles, but he did against Joe Ross, Fetty, a lot of the guys that we thought in the last week were good matchups for Freddie. Hasn't been able to get going yet.
So we hope tonight's the night for Freddie, who's got a 1-0 count.
Well, we saw him hit a couple balls hard last night. Smoked a ball at Bowman the shift. He was playing short and then smoked that ball to left field. You hope that's maybe a sign.
Velasquez ready, the 2-0 is outside, ball 3, and you can see how he's pitching him, because even though Freddie is not doing Freddie Freeman-like things, every pitcher that faces him worries that they're going to be the guy that gets him going. So Freeman in the driver's seat. 3 balls, no strikes with 1 out. And he hits it into the shift. Segura from the outfield grass. 2 out. So Freddie green lighted 3-0. Rolls out, and here's Marcell Ozuna. Mentioned in our opening comments, Marcel's one of the trio of Braves that's bat is heating up. He's got a hit in 10 of his last 11 games.
That's a good sign for him. We've seen him, talked about it last night, having a tough time driving balls to right field on the outer part. Last 2-3 games, we saw him drive the grand slam Wednesday night in D.C. into the right field seats. A couple base hits up the middle in the right field the other night.
And he's putting the bat on the ball a lot more frequently, too. Early in the season, it was a strikeout a game or more for Marcell.
Yeah.
That's not the case over these last 2 weeks. 2 more hits for him last night. He bats with the bases empty, 2 outs here in the first. Phillies have a 2-0 lead. The pitch. But curveball, it's 0-2. League hitting only .083 against the curveball of Vince Velasquez. That has been a go-to pitch, but the key is he's got to get ahead to use it. He's way ahead now with 2 strikes.
Yeah, you're right, Chip. That's how it can be effective. Marcel's not going to swing at that pitch 2-0. Once 1-1, 1-2.
One ball, 2 strikes for Ozuna. Mentioned a couple of times the Phillies come to town hot. One reason why they're starters. Last 5 games, their starters are unbeaten, 4-0. They've gone 32 innings. It's been 6 innings a night.
Yeah, 1.97 ERA in those 5 games. Your starters do that with this offense for them, you're going to win.
2-2. And Ozuna. Phillies by 2 after 1 on a pretty night in Atlanta. While we have a moment, Jeff, let's enjoy tonight's Allstate Good Hands feature featuring Ian Anderson.
Seeing those 6 home starts, he's allowed 1 earned or less 4 of the 6. His last home start against the Cubs, magnificent. 7 innings, 1 hit. So, see if we can get some zeros now from Ian.
He'll have the 7, 8, 9 hitters for the Phillies, starting with Brad Miller, who is truly a jack-of-all-trades player, a Swiss Army knife, if you will. He can play anywhere defensively and gives you a good at-bat. And a ground ball left side. Riley cuts it off, stumbles, cannot get to his feet and make a throw. Another infield hit for the Phillies. Leadoff man on for them in the second. Tell you what, this team has really impressed me in this regard, Jeff. They are not up there trying to yank the ball to their pull side with every at-bat. They hit the ball the other way a lot.
Well, I'll tell you this, we haven't seen that all the time in the past from them, Chip. I mean, they've made some adjustments, I feel like. And they are. Look, the shift, they played the shift right there. That's a ground ball to second or short. They're putting the ball in play, making the defense move.
Most opposite field hits in the National League for these Phillies. Hit them where they ain't, and it's working for them right now. As Odubel Herrera, the batter, he hit a 3-run homer in the first inning last night. His first homer since April 8th of 2019 against the Nationals. Everybody seems to have a team they enjoy playing as a major league hitter. For Herrera, believe it or not, it's the Braves. 13 career homers against Atlanta. The next highest total against an opponent is 6.
Yeah, his rookie year was when I was in Philly in 15. He was a Rule 5 guy by the Texas Rangers and came to camp and just raked.
2-0 count.
He's got that he's got that high leg kick. I never thought he would be able to kind of get the back control that he does, but he gets to a lot of balls. As I said, I think 3 years ago he was an all-star.
But he has had a fall from grace with some off-field problems. And the Phillies are giving him a second chance. He's been a model citizen so far. And with their struggles, Jeff, from an offensive standpoint in center field, if you hit it all, you're going to get a chance to stick.
He's the 4th guy they've given this chance to. We saw early in the year, the first 2 times we played him, they had Roman Quinn and
Adam Hazley.
And then his name Moniak.
They've had Mickey Moniak. They've tried Kingery out there in years past. But for now, it's Herrera who's ahead of the count, and he takes a walk. He claps his hands as Velasquez now a chance to bunt. Anderson not sharp to start. That's already his 2nd walk in the game. Deep counts, patient approaches, hit the ball the other way. It is not just sit back and slug for these Phillies right now. So Velasquez 1 for 5 at the plate with 3 strikeouts. Has a chance to really help himself if he can lay down a bunt.
I see Austin Riley's kind of staying back towards third. I think if he bunts one hard at Ian or Freddie's charging hard, they're going to try to wheel it around and get him a third.
Dan Merzel is the home plate umpire. First time we've seen him. As this one popped up over the netting foul, Velasquez now 0-2. So will the bunt stay on? We're about to find out. Dusty Wathan is Joe Girardi's third base coach. Miller, the runner, at second. Herrera at first. Ian checks him. The bunt is on and missed way high. Anderson could use a strikeout or a double play. And it is tipped, and Velasquez is out on strike, so he can't get the bunt down. And now the double play is in order with Andrew McCutchen coming up.
That was big out. Keep them at first and second. You get a chance for a double play ball. Look, this team's riding some momentum. Last thing you want to do, let them score another couple, get to that 4-0 lead.
Well, that's what you said last night, and again in the open. The add-on runs are what kill you.
For sure, you just keep, and if, you know what else? You give Velasquez more confidence as the game goes on with the bigger lead. We saw that last night.
Bell tie strike for Andrew McCutchen, 0-1 to him. Remember, he broke his bat and tapped back to the mound to get the game started. Braves bullpen had to work triple overtime last night after Charlie Morton worked 2/3 of an inning. This one shot into the gap in right center field. That's going to get down and score one for the moment. Herrera, a late break. He's on his way to third, and he'll stop there. Andrew McCutchen hits the ball the other way. Brad Miller scores. The Phillies lead 3-0. 14th RBI for McCutchen, third of this series.
That's a good piece of hitting. Then try to pull it, went with it to right field. Good job by Christian Ronald cutting that off and using the communication. Keep it first and third.
So beware of Gene Segura and the first pitch. And his 19th career 4-hit game last night. Tough man to strike out. And he's on a big-time roll. The Phillies are too. They get runners at second and third. They are cashing in. 9 for 19 in that wrist situation in the series. Herrera at third, McCutchen at first for Gene Segura. He has been line to line in the first two games. And that buzzed the tower, called a strike, 0-1. Oh, 0-2. Now the strikeout would be just fine by yours truly with one out and runners at the corners. Phillies 3, Atlanta 0. And already 40 stressful pitches for Ian Anderson. Up the middle. Ozzie at the back. Steps on the pillow and a double play. Boy, did Anderson need that.
That was huge.
Segura wraps into the twin killing. The Phillies settle for one in the second. And in the second, Albies, Riley, and Swanson. Phillies 3, Atlanta nothing on Saturday night here at the Battery Atlanta and at Truist Park. Let's take a look, Jeff, at tonight's Synovus Greatness Made Here feature. Ozzie Albies is on a very nice run.
He's done some great work. It's like 1,000 OPS at home, is 5th best in the NL this season. And so we've said since that first 0-for start he's had, he's done good work.
His average climbing to 229 as Velasquez misses outside.
What I've seen more from Ozzie than that is that right there. Not swinging so much early. Swinging at good pitches for the most part.
His walk rate is at a career high. Almost 10% of his plate appearances.
Well, we felt like the first 6-7 games, and that's when he was in that 2-hole. We saw a lot of first pitch outs, pop-ups, rollovers. I said it seems to me now he's getting into the count more. And as a hitter, a lot of times you get into 6-7 pitches, you get the advantage.
Shift on for Ozzie with nobody out. And that one skipped up for the Braves second baseman. 2 balls and a strike. Albies has had good luck against Velasquez. 5 hits, 2 of them homers. Nice for the Braves to get something on the board here. Get this big crowd into the game. They were taken out of it very quickly last night. Largest crowd of the season in Major League Baseball here at Truist. And Ozzie in the driver's seat now. 3 balls and a strike. 38,952 to be exact.
We might beat that tonight.
Pretty good chance. 3-1 pitch. And Velasquez issues ball 4. So this is Velasquez in a nutshell. He has overwhelming stuff at times. But you look at his splits, Jeff, 19 pitches. He's thrown 8 strikes and he's gotten 3 outs.
Yeah, for sure. Look, but this also to me is what the Braves have to start doing, Chip. Getting a guy on with no outs.
That hasn't happened much.
They've scored the most, 2-out runs in baseball. That's not a good thing to continue. You force yourself to get that big hit. Give yourself some opportunities. Get some pressure on him now. Got a guy like Ozzie on the base pass, stolen base.
And a guy like Riley who's struggling, but facing Velasquez, who's had problems with right-hand hitters for power. See if it works out the Braves' way here. And he chased a slider in the dirt. No balls and a strike. Ronald Acuna Jr. cold right now. We've talked about Freddie Freeman being cold. Austin Riley is 0 for his last 16. But he's 1 swing away from making it a 1-run game. Good lead at first, and Albies is chased back. Leon Muto, one of the best catch it, call it, and throw it catchers in Major League Baseball. Good lead again. No balls and a strike. Again, right-hand hitters batting .297 with 5 homers this year against Vince Velasquez. Ozzie leads, twitching, not going. And Riley, good. Eye takes that low. 1 ball, 1 strike. If you let him, Velasquez will pitch himself into trouble. At least you're hoping that. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ozzie's running. Good jump and fouled back by Riley. Helmet goes flying, but Ozzie will have to head back to first.
That was a good swing.
Dansby Swanson's on deck as Austin Riley digs back in. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Talking about starting an inning off Atlanta with no outs. .295 on base percentage.
That's a tough way to hit.
They've not, like I said, you just put yourself a lot of pressure to get 2 out RBIs.
That is a tough way to hit. Well, they've got their leadoff man on here for the first time in Albies, and he almost took 1 step too many. Well, you just hope in this spot, as much attention as Velasquez is paying to Ozzie Albies, he makes a fat pitch that Riley can hammer someplace.
Or shoot something in the hole over there and let's see Ozzie go first to third and then get yourself in business for Dansby.
2-2. Outside. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Again, this guy is in the zone about 48% of the time. Less than half of his pitches are in the strike zone.
Well, good job, Austin, getting back in. Let him get himself in trouble.
More balls than strikes for Velasquez, and a 3-2 pitch for Riley. Runner goes, and it is ball 4, I assume.
Yep.
Yeah, Real Muto can't believe it. That pitch looked to be right down the middle. So Riley takes a walk. Braves have him first and second on back-to-back walks, and nobody out.
You know, Chip, sometimes when that catcher, watch this. When you, it's borderline low, but when you get up to throw a guy out, you kind of block his view. But I'll tell you this, Ian Anderson's thrown about 2 or 3 right there, and they've all been balled.
It had the plate, but on the review, on the replay, it looked low.
Like I said, he has not given that pitch tonight.
So first chance for Atlanta. Back-to-back walks in the second. Nobody out. Here's Dansby Swanson. Most of his good work has been done here at home. He had a good night last night. For the Braves, a homer, a double, and both Atlanta runs. Crowd's starting to make some noise. They're stirring here in a 3-run game.
See, that one spiked at 58 feet. And this right here is where is an offense. You see the fans starting to get into it. As I said, you let him make the pitch. All the pressure's on him right now. He just walked 2 guys.
Are you up there thinking as a hitter right now it's 2-0 or 3-0?
Yeah, I mean, Dansby right now has got to have that spot picked where he wants. And if it's there, yeah, go on it. But if not, make him continue to throw strikes.
That shaved off a corner. Good pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike. Velasquez doesn't normally throw a lot of sliders. He's thrown a handful of them so far tonight. That one was a beauty to quiet the crowd for the moment. 1 ball, 1 strike.
I think like anything, he's trying to find anything he can throw right now somewhere in that zone.
Another slider. That one missed badly. 2 balls and a strike. After Swanson, you've got the kids, Contreras, Pache and then Ian Anderson coming up. Change up.
Yeah, swinging the ball in.
So Velasquez back in the count. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Dansby, another Braves hitter that has liked what he has seen from Vince Velasquez in his career. He's 6 for 18. Head to head. Bouncing ball, just foul at third.
That's what you start. You know, you go into a series, you look at what this 3-game series. Facing Eflin in game 1, you're facing Nola tomorrow night. So you kind of looked at that middle game with Velasquez and the numbers the Braves have gone against him with Ian Anderson. You know, it's just kind of that game, Chip, that you're saying we got to have this one.
Especially after you got bull rushed last night. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 2 on, nobody out. So Dansby out of the box for a moment. Huge pitch in this game. The 3-2. Fought it off. Good at bat.
Yeah, that's one of those that was probably too close to take. Right on the corner. Good job by Dansby to just get a piece of it. Get yourself another pitch. Make him make another pitch.
And he's had to make a lot of them. 32. Yeah. And nobody out in the second inning for Dansby Swanson. Who had his first game of the season with 2 extra base hits last night. We'd love another one right here. Albies and Riley lead. The payoff pitch with nobody out. Here it is. It's tipped and caught, and Dansby is out number 1.
Now they finally threw a fastball. That's tough for Dansby. You just saw last 5 pitches, sliders and changeups, and you get 94 painted.
Well, that's the thing about Velasquez.
You don't know.
First impressions, he struck out 16 Padres in his home debut with the Phillies. He'll put together big strikeout numbers, but exasperatingly, he'll also,
like he did, walk 2 guys to start the inning.
Exactly. So here's Contreras, 2 on, 1 out. Contreras with a homer, 3 RBIs, went 0 for 3 last night.
They had the big hit in Washington to keep the rally alive before Waskar hit the grand slam. Home run the next night. See if he can come up with a big one here.
It's one of his 2 hits with a runner in scoring position this year. And he took one knee high that split the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike. Christian Pache waiting on deck. Then Ian Anderson. Braves are in the bottom of their lineup card right now. Down 3-0. The pitch. Not a good take. 2-1. Tripped, foul back to the screen.
Good swing.
2-2.
Little bit up, but got a good pitch to go on.
Joe Girardi, the Phillies skipper, looking on. Velasquez has his first out of the inning. Braves have 2 on for William Contreras. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And lifted back our way. We'll try it again. With the win last night by the Phillies, Joe Girardi passed Felipe Alou on the all-time managerial win list. Joe Girardi 61st all-time in managers' wins. The Phillies 18th of the year yesterday. Another 2-2. Good take, full count. And the Braves are waiting him out.
Yeah. Well, and the good thing, too, you want to talk about putting a defense to sleep?
Good point.
Ball's put in play here. Might have guys on their heels.
Velasquez has the sign he wants. Now the 3-2 to Contreras. Did he go? Yes, he did. Contreras chased a slider, a curveball, and it's back-to-back strikeouts after back-to-back walks. And now it's up to Pache if the Braves are to get anything done in the second. Yeah, he went.
So we get a young hitter. Little bit aggressive on a 3-2 count.
4 3-ball counts in the inning. 2 base runners, but now 2 outs, and Pache is the hitter. Christian 2 for 18 at the plate since coming back from the Braves alternate site. He swings the first one and skies it down the right field line. Harper won't give chase. That one's in the seats. And it's 0-1 for Christian, who enters play tonight hitting .125.
You know, it's like anything, Chip. I figured he'd have his struggles from an offensive standpoint. We talked about it in spring training.
Yeah.
I just think it's magnified right now because of the rest of the offense. I think if the rest of the offense was kind of doing what we thought, you can live with this right here. But when you need production, it's a little different story.
Albies and Riley still anchored at second and first. Swanson and Contreras struck out. Now Pache behind in the count 0-1. Line drive towards second, and Segura's there, and that will retire the side. Braves had 2 on, nobody out. Can't get the ball out of the infield and trail 3-0 after 2.
Top 3, Phillies up 3-0 over the Braves. Now, pitcher Ian Anderson in the league last year was sensational. This year, people are starting to formulate game plans against him. He talked about throwing his curveball more, talked about pitching guys differently, and let's face it, he has faced the Phillies 3 times this month, so that's tough. So, the curveball tonight, he's thrown 3 for balls. 1 is a homer to Segura that he hung. Other, a single to McCutchen. A single to Miller on a changeup, fastball hit to Real Muto. Guys, they could be sitting soft. We'll see.
Yeah, Bertie, I was going to ask you that. This offense now has seen him for the 3rd time. To me, it looks like their game plan. Look at that right there. Bryce, it might have been a ball, but Bryce took 95. I almost get the feeling you don't see them going after that changeup yet.
In general, as a hitter, you look fastball and you know this, and you adjust off speed, and that hasn't worked against Ian Anderson. So sometimes you try something different. Hank Aaron said he always looked breaking ball because he knew no one was going to ever throw the fastball by him. So you have to make an adjustment, and it seems that teams are doing that against Ian just on the way you talked about. They took the pitches and the approach.
So how do you battle back? How do you counter that?
It's fine. I love it if I know what somebody's looking. And if you're sitting soft on me, then I'm going to close you out with fastballs late, and I'm going to give you what you're looking for, and it's going to be an 0-2 changeup. It's not going to be an 0-0 changeup, so I'm going to give you what you're looking for that's just going to be on or just off the corners.
Well, if the Phillies are approaching this look for the soft stuff, well, you can understand why. 43% of Ian's strikeouts have come via the changeup, and they're hitting 100 points more on his fastball than the change. As Harper down on strikes, fastball got him, Birdie.
I like it. And guys, I wasn't the best pitcher ever, but I survived. And one of the ways that I survived was giving different looks and pitching hitters backwards. I didn't have a great fastball, so I would start off with breaking balls, knowing hitters are looking fastballs. And then now they're thinking, well, he's throwing breaking balls. I would throw a fastball late and close them out with a not so great fastball, because a lot of hitters would change and start to look breaking balls 0-1, 0-2. And that's how I made a living for a long time.
Birdie, wouldn't you agree? I mean, to me, still the best pitch in baseball is a well-located fastball.
Absolutely.
And you know, I think we saw Max Fried. You showed a couple different things, but I think we saw Max Fried the other night let it eat with the fastball, not trying to paint, and he was getting ahead of guys with that. And then we saw him in the 4th, 5th, and 6th go to the curveball.
Real Muto doubled in the first inning. He's down a quick strike.
You're right on, and Chip has made a great point numerous times in that his fastball doesn't get enough credit. It's really, really good. It explodes on the hitter. Effective velocity is number 2 in all of baseball. So sometimes when they're sitting fastball, it still beats them.
That's an interesting term, Paul. What does effective velocity mean for the novice fan who's watching and hearing you say that?
Yeah, so effective velocity comes out in different ways. It's not just tunneling. It can come out, you know, you can change different arm angles. You can let the ball go late. And if you can let the ball go a foot later in your delivery, which he does, it equals 3 miles an hour in effective velocity. It's like when you watch the Little League World Series and the mound is closer to home plate, and they say, well, he's throwing, 74, but it's the equivalent of Major League 95, 96. So if I can let the ball go later, closer to the hitter, that's how you have that explosive fastball.
Well, he loses JT Real Muto. That's Ian's 3rd walk, one of Jeff's keys tonight. Limit the bases on balls. That's an inauspicious way to continue the inning with Alec Bohm coming up. Strikeout, walk, and now Bohm 0 for 1 with a ground out and an RBI. Beware the first pitch, as we saw last night with Alec Bohm.
Yeah, both these guys tonight struggling with control the strike zone. Ian, 50 pitches, 24 balls to 26 strikes.
Do have to keep an eye on Real Muto. Yes, he's a catcher, but he's a terrific athlete. He's stolen a couple of bases. And he's going to need some new britches.
He's a lot like Freddie on the base, just a good base runner.
Short lead. And Anderson splits the dish. 0-1 for Alec Bohm, a first baseman by trade. They've moved him to 3rd base because they have Rhys Hoskins. We'll see if that's where Bohm remains.
I like him over there. I think he's done fine.
I'll put it this way. He's bringing in more than he's letting in.
Yeah, right.
He's a good-looking hitter with 19 RBIs. 5 of them have come against the Braves. Short lead at first for Real Muto. Bohm ahead in the count. The pitch. Better change up, evens it up. Ian Anderson already this year has thrown more pitches in the regular season than he did last year. 54 of them tonight. And he came back to get Bohm. Swing and a miss. Threw a handful of changeups in that sequence and earns his 4th strikeout.
Yeah, both the last 2 changeups, so good location to me. Riding in on his hands and down, looking like the fastball. And got a swing and miss.
Which is how he got Gregorius to end the Phillies first. They got 2 in that inning, added 1 in the second.
And I think it's a little bit of what Birdie was talking about, Chip, with Gregorius in the first inning. Got to 3-2 with a couple swing and misses on a changeup and struck him out 95 up in the zone, blew it right by him. And we saw that first series. That's where you go to get Didi. Hard and up.
Downstairs, if his out pitch is the changeup, it's the same thing that we said about Vince Velasquez. For Velasquez to use that slider or curveball, he's got to get ahead. For Ian to use his changeup, he's got to get ahead. It has been a struggle tonight. 4 strikeouts, 3 walks. Phillies have 4 hits. And it's a 2-1 count for the Phillies shortstop. All the great shortstops in Major League Baseball. I'll bet if you asked a casual fan which shortstops knocked in the most runs since opening day 2020, I bet very few would say Didi Gregorius, but that's the right answer. 62 of them. The 2-1 popped him up. Freddie Freeman's going to have plenty of room, and he puts the squeeze on that. First 0 on the board for the Phillies. This one in the 3rd inning. Freddie's coming up for Atlanta in the 3rd.
Atlanta Braves Baseball is brought to you by Xfinity XFi. Experience a powerful and secure Wi-Fi connection for all your devices. Georgia Natural Gas. Live the greener life with G&G. And by Yellowwood. If it doesn't have this yellow tag, you don't want it.
Boy, great honor for Ronald Acuna Jr. before the game. He was awarded the Luis Aparicio Award, which is given annually to the best player in Major League Baseball, born in Venezuela. Eddie Perez was there to hand out the trophy to Ronald, who's the first man, Jeff, to win that honor more than once.
Yeah, that's great. And when they announced it here, if you do remember, to give Eddie, they said the 99 National League MVP.
Well, of course.
I think Eddie makes them say that.
Yeah, Eddie wrote him a check. I'm sure that got into the script. As Ian Anderson leads off the 3rd inning against Vince Velasquez.
Yeah, sorry. National League Championship Series. Chipper was the MVP that year.
Right. We all know what you meant.
Yeah.
Frankly, Eddie's the MVP of anything he's a part of. And he'll tell you. 1 strike for Anderson. Braves trying to get their first hit. Velasquez walked the first 2 men in the 2nd inning, but a couple of strikeouts and a soft line drive ended that threat. And after Anderson, Acuna and Freddie Freeman are coming up. And if you don't know who Luis Aparicio is and was as a player, look him up. You will learn very quickly why they named an award for him. 0-2 pitch. And that's right down Broadway. Anderson takes it. 4 strikeouts for Velasquez. And Ronald Acuna Jr. is coming up for the 2nd time. Ronald popped out to right his only time up. Let's take a look, Jeff, at our Yellowwood Bringing the Lumber feature.
Yeah, a couple things. Braves done so well. 2 outs, 71 runs, most in baseball. They're averaging a home run every 23 ABs, best in MLB.
Ronald still trying to regain that hitting stroke that was so great before that abdominal problem suffered against the Cubs. And a bullet hit to left field. McCutchen staggered for a moment, but makes the play. That's the other frustrating thing for Atlanta. When they are making outs, they're hitting the ball 95 miles an hour or better and right at people.
Yeah, it was 103. And I think McCutchen might have took maybe a step back.
McCutchen's had some adventures playing fly balls in left, especially line drives like that one, usually during the daylight hours up in Philadelphia, but no trouble with that one. As again we turn to Freddie Freeman and see if this will be the moment he breaks out of a long hitting slump. 0 for his last 21.
I was talking about that fastball earlier, Chip, and Freddie's average against it. Right here you see 21 at bats. This season 157. Last year over 435, and you see against division opponents kind of pitching him a little bit backwards right now.
There's another hot shot, but this one into the shift, and Bohm is there to make the play. The Braves. Time for the fourth inning. Braves looking for their first hit. Phillies got 2 in the first, 1 in the second. We battle on against the Phillies. We're in the middle of a stretch of 13 games in 17 days here at Truist Park. It is truly May in the A with ballpark capacity at 100%. The Blue Jays are in town next, beginning Tuesday night, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And you can get your tickets at Braves.com. Lower third for the Phillies in the fourth inning. Ian Anderson struck out a pair last inning. He could use an easy inning.
I was going to say, could use a good 10, 12 pitch inning. 7, 8, 9 right here and get your offense back out there.
Lifted toward left. Ozuna broke in. Now drifts back. That ball carrying to the warning track and deep on the warning track. Miller is retired for out 1.
I'll tell you, that ball might have been gone in Philly. It'd have been close.
Odubel Herrera walked and was stranded in the Phillies' second. Keep an eye on the Bally bar at the bottom of your screen. You'll see the other scores from around the big leagues today and tonight. The games of interest for Atlanta: Nationals and Yankees, Marlins and Milwaukee, Arizona and the Mets. Braves begin play in Eastern Division competition in 4th place. Phillies lead the Mets by a game, the Marlins by 2, the Braves 2.5, with Washington also 2.5 games back. Nats already lost today in extra innings to the Yankees. As Herrera digs in, 2 balls and a strike. Two and 2 for the Phillies center fielder Odubel Herrera. A little low. And another full count. Well, we've had a lot of those from both starters tonight. He came back to get Herrera. That is strikeout number 5 for Anderson. Good sequence. And Velasquez, the Philly pitcher's coming up.
Doubled up on a changeup, threw it again. Perfect location.
Velasquez couldn't get a bunt down in the second inning and struck out. No need to mess around with this guy. Form your best Sunday fastball and see if he can do anything with it. Fouled it off. 97. One more and the Braves will go back to work with Ozuna set to lead off in the 4th. And strike three. 6 strikeouts for Anderson. Well, Marcell Ozuna has been one of those hot hitters we featured in our opening comments. Good to see him swinging the bat like we saw him do in 2020. With that in mind, Jeff, he is our Coors Light beating the pressure feature.
Yeah, last 7 games, Marcell has been doing some good work in that 3-hole. You see 300 average. He's reached base safely in 10 of his last 11 with 10 RBIs, the big grand slam. Really done great work since he's been an Atlanta Brave against the NL East. 296 with 13 homers.
Braves yet to record their first hit of the game, dating back to last night's affair. Braves have gone 6 hitless innings against the Phillies. Who have retired 18 of the last 20 hitters for Atlanta. The only base runners, 2 walks. Those came in the second inning back-to-back, but Atlanta couldn't do anything with it. So we're in the 4th, 3-0 Phillies. Ozuna, Albies, and Riley coming up. Six up, 6 down for Velasquez after those 2 second-inning walks. And just like that, it's 2-0. It's yanked foul toward the tarp.
2-0 curveball.
Off his knuckles and into the big crowd. Velasquez back into the count. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
I would say out of all his pitches tonight, Chip, that changeup's probably been his most effective. It's got some awkward swings on it.
Nice alternative to 96 and 97.
Yeah. And I feel like right now it's the one pitch he feels comfortable throwing for a strike.
Now he's ready. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And on the ground, Didi. Tricky hop, stayed with it. And there's out number 1. 7 up, 7 down. Here's Ozzie Albies.
Yeah, a lot of 2-2 counts, a lot of 3-2 counts, just have not been able to break through with the hit.
Ozzie walked to start the second. Braves had first and second. Nobody out, but a pair of strikeouts. And a soft line out took him out of that inning. Those are the only 2 base runners. See if Ozzie can break up the no-hit bid here. Phillies have 3 runs, 4 hits, 0s across for Atlanta. The Braves have left 2 on base so far. And that's low and away. 1 ball, no strikes. Mets lead Arizona 3-0. Milwaukee leads Miami 5-2. Those are the games involving Eastern foes. It was tipped into Real Muto's glove, even count. Now it's 2-1. Changeup.
Yeah.
So the fastball has been just wild enough. The changeup has been just effective enough.
Yeah.
Braves haven't done anything yet to Velasquez. Big shift for Ozzie, but now he's got 2 strikes. And he's worked another full count. That's why this game is moving at a pace of drifting clouds, one might say. And the payoff is slashed down the left field line. Long run, McCutchen still going, and in the corner. That's a fair ball. Ozzie's on his way to second, and now he's on his way to third. McCutchen had trouble in the corner. Albies head first slide into third. Boy, look at the great umpire rotation, by the way. Dan Mertzel, the home plate umpire, went down to the third base bag. Hunter Wendelstedt was seeing what happened to McCutchen in the corner. We lost sight of the ball. Let's see what happened. Hit him right in the arm while I think McCutchen was in fair ground, and that hurt. That's, I'm sure, what Joe Girardi's asking.
Great call.
Was McCutchen in fair territory when the ball touched him?
And you know what? This might be what this crowd needed. Look at this. Watch him turn it on right here when he sees that McCutchen isn't getting it yet. Great job holding the base. I think he's checking, but it was a great call by the ump. It was right on the line when it hit him.
McCutchen had to run a long way, and the ball hit him below the glove on the wrist. And then he slammed into the wall. That's the other part of it.
Well, I think that's what hurt him, Chip, or shook him up. I don't think it's so much this. Yeah, that probably didn't feel good, but it's that right there.
Might have knocked the wind out of him for a moment. So the Braves have their first hit. It's a triple for Albies. And now Velasquez has to tangle with Austin Riley, who walked in the second inning. So there's the start.
Yeah. That's a perfect example. Heck, you'd love a base hit right here, but with the infield short second playing back, ground ball up the middle, get yourself an RBI.
Get on the board and get the crowd involved.
That's what I say. You just saw when Ozzie starts running this crowd for the first time since the first inning, you saw get some energy.
They'll give up a run on a ball hit up the middle. Let's see if Riley can make contact. And that skips up there. 1 ball, no strikes. Almost half of the Braves' runs scored this year have come with 2 outs. They have only 1 out in this inning. Can't remember the last time the Braves had a frame where they had 4 or 5 hits strung together. This would be a good time for that. The pitch outside, 2-0. Albies, Riley, Swanson all had good approaches last time up against Velasquez. All 3 of them worked deep counts. Riley ahead here, 2-0. Now 3-0. Again, with all due respect to Velasquez, who's on a nice roll. If you let him, he'll give you a chance.
Well, and you see just that pitch there, what he thinks. He's not challenging Austin right there. 2-0 slider, low and away. You said, take it to first, pass it on to the next guy, get yourself a couple.
And 4 straight Braves have runners at the corners, and Dansby the hitter. So that's 3 walks for Velasquez. Riley's earned 2 of them. And now 1 swing, Jeff's going to get you tied, perhaps.
Yeah, good job by Austin. Good at bat. It's always easy with that guy on third to try to get that RBI and chase something. Look, you keep having these kind of at-bats, you're going to end up knocking him out of the game, and then you're going to force that pin to have to put together 15 outs. Take your chances.
A very inviting hole on the right side of the infield for Swanson if he chooses to go that way. Segura's almost right behind the second base bag. Miller's holding Riley at first. Popped him up. First pitch. And Segura is there. That is the second out. And it's up to Contreras now with 2 outs.
I've seen William come through with some big hits. Need one right here.
First and third, 2 outs. Braves have their first hit. Looking for their first run. Can Contreras get something done here? Breaking ball missed. 1 ball, no strikes. This has to be somewhat unsettling for Velasquez. Yes, you have 2 young and, by Major League standards, very inexperienced players back-to-back in the lineup, but you don't really know them all that well.
Not a lot of book on him.
At least that's your hope. Maybe he'll make a mistake with 2 outs. The pitch. Ball 2. Braves are 1 for 8 with runners in scoring position in the first 2 games of the series. 2 runs last night, nothing yet tonight. Hitters count 2-0.
I was going to say almost every 2-0 pitch he's made tonight has been that curveball or changeup. He went with the curveball.
That's kind of how you throw a 1-hit shutout, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I mean, like I said,
fall behind and get that over.
I think he's got more confidence in that right now than he does in the heater anyways.
On the ground, Didi Gregorius has it.
This is the Sugar Skull design. It's not a medium, it's a large, and I've got the hat to go with it. You can get this at the Braves Clubhouse store or social media at Braves Retail. Frenchie's going to ask me to put this on later, so I'm going to go ahead and do it now. Why did I do this? Let me pull the sleeves up. Kim Bird, if you're watching, text me. Because I think this is going to get the Braves a rally and get some runs on the board next inning. Guys.
Just came to me, Frenchie. How much does Paul Bird look like Ricky Vaughn, the Wild Thing?
Well, I just was looking at it. Birdie's arms look like they're filling out a little bit.
I am Ricky Vaughn minus 10 to 15 miles an hour.
And the record, apparently, right?
Yeah. Exactly. I was the guy that tried to get the ball to Ricky Vaughn.
There you go. Let's see if Ian Anderson can have an easy time of it in the 5th inning. He set down the last 5 in order. He's got the top of the order coming up for the Fightins, who lead 3-0. 2 in the first for him, 1 in the second. Very quiet night for the Braves offense tonight. A triple and 3 walks, and McCutchen with a base hit.
Well, I guess if he did bang in the wall, he's feeling okay.
Nothing else that'll make it feel better. He's 2 for 3 tonight. And here comes Segura, Harper, and Real Muto again.
Now, good job. That's a good swing by McCutchen. When you get a hanger like that, you keep your head down on and swing through it.
He's still grimacing a bit over at first. So McCutchen with a 5-game hitting streak with a 2-hit night. Here's Segura, a homer and a double play. The homer came in the first inning on the first pitch he saw. And he's pushed off the plate by Anderson with a changeup. 1 ball, no strikes. McCutchen leads at first. Here comes the delivery. And that paints a corner, even count. Giants won again, Jeff. 7-1 was their victory over San Diego. The San Francisco Giants,
They're hot.
20 wins. The Cardinals with 20 wins.
I think the A's got their 20th last night too, right?
And Boston has 20
Boston,
wins too.
sorry,
Both of them. Yeah, no, they both have 20
Do they?
wins.
Okay.
Phillies lead the East with a record of 18-15. They've won 7 out of 10 and 5 in a row. Fans have the wave going with a 1-2 count for Gene Segura. Ballpark sounds alive tonight. Fans have been waiting since September and October of 2019 to be at capacity at Truist Park. Up the middle. It's off the second base bag. It trickles into center. McCutchen cuts the bag. He's on his way to third, and they're at the corners with nobody out. Segura, as I said, is line to line. Jeff, he's gone to the left field line. He's hit the ball to right field. That one right up the middle for his second hit of the night.
Yeah, right back up the middle. And this is where you're talking about, you see where Ozzy's playing right there. Last night, Ozzy was playing behind the bat. Well, he's hit so many balls to the right side. Now what he's done, he's just opened everything up.
Well, and that's what hitting against the shift will do. It confuses the defense and opens up even more lanes if you can fill them, and Segura's done it.
I think they've been waiting for this version of him for about 2 years now.
So Bryce Harper licking his chops. A rare opportunity for Harper to hit with a man in scoring position. Back to the mound. He's going to fire to second for one. Quick turn to first is in time, a double play.
That was a great job.
Anderson looked McCutchen back. He never broke toward the plate, and 2 long throws. He's still at third now with 2 out.
That was the best part, Chip. Look at this. Looks him back, fires a dart right to Dansby, and he knows he's got to get rid of it quick. That's one of those plays right there, Chip. If the Braves come back and win this game, you might look to that right there, because that could have been the part where the game was broken wide open. Instead, now take advantage and get this guy.
It was only the 9th at bat of the year for Harper with a runner in scoring position, if you can believe it. And he was retired on the 1-6-3 double play. Now Real Muto, the batter. He's been awfully dangerous on the road. You've got a base open, but you've got Bohm and his ability to hit with runners in scoring position on deck. See how carefully the Braves pitch JT Real Muto here. Seems to be more fastballs from Anderson this inning. 80 pitches now for Ian. He's due to hit second when the Braves come up. 3-0 Phillies. This is a big spot in the game. You get out of this, still very manageable. And he's a strike away from doing just that.
I agree, Chip. I think that's his 3rd fastball in a row. 94 down in the zone. Good location.
Good stop. You're going to throw a changeup. It's often not a strike, and at the bottom of the strike zone, it may skip up there. You've got to have a lot of faith in your catcher to knock that ball down, especially with a man at third base. And Contreras did a nice job. Even count. For JT Real Muto, whom the Braves play in a shift. Let's see what Ian has in store with another 3-2. He got him. What a job. First and third, nobody out. Harper a double play. Real Muto a strikeout. That was impressive. And more Ian Anderson-like. Now it's time for the...
Back to Atlanta. We go to the bottom of the fifth. Phillies 3-0. Well, before the Braves get a couple on the board, let's take a quick message from Landmark.
Hi, friends. I'm Chip Carey, in between innings for Landmark Moral. Landmark's hitting it out of the park every day. That's why they're #1, because nobody beats the Giant. Nobody.
Vince Velasquez leads 3-0. 8-9-1 for the Braves coming up. See if Pache could find a way to get on. He lined out softly to second in the Braves' second inning. Let's see this kid try to bunt more. Big swing, didn't get it. Strike one.
Yeah, I mean, for him, look, you get that bunt down. As long as it's not right at the pitcher, you got a great chance to be safe.
One thing Brian Snitker said on his Zoom call the other day was of Pache, his swing's getting a little long. He's striking out a lot. At this point, that's not his game. He's got to find a way to get on, clear the pitcher. You know he's going to catch everything in the outfield, but offense has been an issue for him, hitting a .122. Ender Inciarte is at Gwinnett rehabbing. He's getting his share of hits. He's had a couple of doubles down there, a couple of walks too. So he's trying to get his game and get his legs back under him. No word on Guillermo Heredia, who also has had some hamstring problems. 1 ball, 2 strikes, nobody on or out, and an inside-out swing out of play, fought it off.
Well, we all believe this is center fielder of the future here, and you know he's going to have to take his lumps. Reddy was really swinging the bat well at that time, though. Talk about lengthening that lineup. It really, when Austin Riley got going, Reddy was hitting. You had that 7-8 hole lockdown.
A ball and 2 strikes, and a good take, even count. Let's not forget Travis d'Arnaud out with the thumb ligament tear and the subsequent surgery. Hope Travis is doing well. It's hopeful he'll be back before the end of the year for the Braves. So another deep count for Velasquez, and a ground ball toward Gregorius. Backhanded stab, long throw, and he got him by a step. And there's out number 1 in the Atlanta fifth. Hope you'll join us here at the ballpark May 21st through May 23rd. That's a Friday through Sunday weekend for Alumni Weekend. It's presented by your local Ford dealer. We'll have the always popular alumni parade through the Battery, autograph stations, Q&A panels, your chance to meet your favorite Brave from years gone by. For all the details and a list of scheduled events, go to braves.com/alumni weekend. Anderson struck out his first time. Let's see if he can start an offensive rally. The Braves have 1 hit.
And I think that's a frustrating thing when you talk about from an offensive standpoint. Sharp as Ian was his last 3 starts, not so great tonight, but yet still got a chance to go out there and get you through 6 with a quality start. But you'll take, I mean, you'll take that every time.
One ball, 2 strikes. Base is empty for Anderson. 2-2. Acuna waiting on deck. I think it's safe to say, Jeff, that the Braves offense has mirrored the way this team has played all year. Lose 4,
Jekyll
win 4.
and Hyde.
I mean, you just don't know.
Yeah.
In a very, very streaky club. Pitch is fouled away.
Well, we were talking earlier before the game, Chip. It's been a funny start to the season.
Not just
with
the
the ebbs and flows. Yeah, you talk. Braves go down, get beaten Dunedin versus Toronto. You go up to Washington versus a red-hot Nats team. You sweep them. And then they go up to Yankee Stadium, win 11-3 last night, and the Braves come home and lose 12-2. It's just... So it just hasn't been consistent.
Real hard to figure. As the 2-2 is on the way. And a breaking ball freezes Ian Anderson. He is victim number 5 in the strikeout ledger for Velasquez. 2 outs for Acuna. Braves have had 3 4-game losing streaks and 3 winning streaks of at least 3 games. That sort of streakiness is far and away the most of any team in the major leagues this year.
I would imagine, yeah.
So Acuna is the batter with the bases empty. He's popped out and lined out. Well, the ball he hit in the 3rd inning was 100+ miles an hour, but right at Andrew McCutchen. And Velasquez got the inside corner. Acuna didn't think so. Strike 1. Curveball. 0-2. And the Braves are catching the Phillies at a real bad time. They've won 5 in a row. Their starters 4-0 in that stretch with a 1.97 ERA. And Velasquez has had a hand in that too. And strike 3 inside corner. Looked to be off the plate. Acuna slams the bat and helmet down in disbelief. Braves are out in order in the 5th. 6 strikeouts for Velasquez, who has a 1-hit shutout.
Back to Truist Park, let's take a look at Ronald Acuna's last at bat. We talk about Ronald, Chip, really zoning in on plate discipline. He got hosed last night his first at bat, a good 6-7 inches off the plate. And tonight, honestly, his first at bat, his first pitch, his last at bat in. Look at this. Okay, you know, that's not a strike. You know, that one's fine, but it's the strike 3 call right there. That's... You can see how far off the plate that is. That's 2 times. And that's where, you know, I hate to say it, you're almost telling Ronald, stay right where you're at. You don't want him to change that. That's what's got him to where he's at this year, is laying off that pitch.
But it sort of encapsulates the frustrations that the Braves offense has had. They get strikes, hit bullets, then pitches that aren't strikes are called. Right?
Yeah.
That's what we've seen the last couple of games. And all Ian Anderson can do is try to hold these Phillies at bay and hope the Braves offense does something. Again, still a very manageable game. It's only the 6th inning. The Braves have only 1 hit. And this one deflected by Anderson out to Dansby. Tricky hop stayed with it. A good play.
I actually think Ian might have helped him out right there a little bit. Knocked it closer to Dansby, where if that ball's up the middle, he might have had to get around it a little more, even spin.
I think Dansby might be saying to Ian, hey, kid, I've got it. Just let it go.
Yeah.
But it's an instinct play, obviously. So we'll score that 1-6-3. And Gregorius, the batter, 0 for 2. Homer, walk, double, ground out. Got the Phillies 2 runs in the first. Single, walk, strikeout, single. Got them their 3rd run. Good play by Ozzie to take care of Gregorius. That's the 2nd out.
Ozzie does such a good job on this play, Chip. He kind of times it where, you know, he'll get the hop. He's not coming over. Watch. And knows he can really just take his time and make a good throw.
I've always said I don't think he gets enough credit for how good of a defensive second baseman he is. He does not have a cannon for an arm, but it's an accurate arm, and he has a ton of range.
And that's exactly. His range is outstanding.
So a nice play brings up Miller. Brad Miller, a throwback. Rub some dirt on it, kid. No batting gloves for Brad Miller, who has played first, right, second, left, and third for the Phillies this year. Again, no Rhys Hoskins tonight. Hoskins had a tough night at the plate last night. He struck out 4 times. But I'll bet you he'll be back in there tomorrow night in Game 3, which will feature Huascar Ynoa and Aaron Nola.
That'll be a good matchup.
That'll be the Sunday night game. Monday's an off day for the Braves, and then we'll welcome Toronto to town for 3 games beginning Tuesday.
Got a little payback coming there, don't we?
Yes, sir. Blue Jays hit a ton of homers against the Braves in Dunedin. Three balls and a strike for Brad Miller. Odubel Herrera on deck. The pitch is a strike, full count. Braves bullpen is busy.
Grant Dayton down there. I don't know if he's getting ready for a double or if Smith's going to let Ian try to get out of this.
Popped up left side. Can anybody catch up to it? Yes. Austin Riley is there on the warning track, and Ian Anderson guts his way through 6 innings. Well, the right guys at the right time are coming up for the Braves. 2, 3, and 4 in the 6th inning, down 3-0. But let's first enjoy a quick message from Big Time Bats.
Big Time Bats is releasing this historic Braves 150th anniversary bat. The bat will have the franchise history engraved on the bat. Go to BigTimeBats.com.
A lot of smiles and handshakes for Ian Anderson after a rocky start. He made his way through 6, allowing 3 runs and 6 hits.
End up getting a quality start.
That's it. Well, speaking of big-time bats, it's time for the Braves offense to do something now. Braves are 1 for their last 27.
Yeah, and it's funny. You talk about Freddie against Philly. He's 3 for 27 this year, Chip. All 3 have left the yard. Home runs.
Swing and a high fly ball headed for the bullpen. Herrera as far as he can go. It's another homer for Freeman against Philly. Snaps the longest hitless streak of Freddie's career. It was 0 for 22. And the Braves are on the board. It's a 3-1 game.
Boy, did he need that, Chip. Change up hanging out over the plate. Full extension. Maybe that's the hit that's going to get this crew going. If you want it updated, he's 4 for 28, and all 4 are home runs now. See that? 103, 416 into the bullpen.
That is Caleb Gotham, the Phillies pitching coach, the 5th pitching coach they've had in the last 5 years. And Sam Coonrod is getting ready in the Philly pen. So, Jeff, there's a start. I would assume that takes a little bit of the pressure off. All right, we can hit this guy. Braves have 2 hits, both extra base hits tonight.
Yeah, more important, though, the guy that got the hit.
Good point.
The guy that we've said makes this thing go. See if that excites the rest of the guys, gets the fans back in it.
So, Freddie Freeman's 8th home run brings up Marcell Ozuna. He's 0 for 2. Got a ball game now. We're in a spot where a bloop and a blast get you tied.
Now, between 19 and 20, how many games did we sit here and watch this exact thing unfold and the Braves come back and win?
Lots of 7th inning runs, lots of comeback wins. And get the lead and shut him down in the last couple of innings. That, we hope, will be the recipe tonight as Atlanta tries to even up this series at a game apiece. 3-1 game now. We're in the 6th. The leadoff homer for Freddie Freeman. Velasquez took a little too much time. Ozuna steps out behind in the count 0-2. Ryan Snitker was asked on his pregame Zoom call, are you worried about Freddie Freeman? And he said, no, I'm not. He goes through one of these spells, it seems, at some point every year, as any great hitter is going to have happen. But when he breaks out, he usually breaks out with a long, positive run. As that's downstairs 2-2.
Well, and I think that's the key. I think when we talked, during the open start of the game, I don't think any of us were worried, Chip, long term. But it's kind of when your team's scuffling like this and hanging a couple games below 500.
Little roller hit towards short. Gregorius has it and almost took too long. Ozuna's out by a quarter step. Gregorius has a very good defensive internal clock. And Segura's giving him a little grief about how he handled that ball at shortstop. So Ozuna's retired. Ozzie Albies is the hitter, and Joe Girardi's going to go to the home plate umpire and make a double switch. The pitcher spots due second for them in the 7th inning, and it looks like Sam Coonrod's going to get the call for Velasquez, who went 5 1/3 innings and allowed 1 run. That was, of course, the Freddie Freeman homer. He allowed just 2 hits. He had some trouble with the bases on balls with 3 of those, but he did also strike out 6 Braves in Atlanta tonight. It'll be Coonrod versus Ozzie Albies in a 3-1 game when we come right.
Atlanta Braves baseball is brought to you by Toyota. Visit your local Toyota dealers today. Toyota, let's go places. Old Dominion, official freight carrier of the Atlanta Braves. And by Truist. BB&T and SunTrust are now Truist.
Well, Jeff, you said it best earlier. As Freddie Freeman goes, so go the Braves. Maybe he's going to go off here in the next couple of innings and couple of days for Atlanta. He's hit a homer to get the Braves on the board. Alec Boehm will move from third base to first base. Scott Kingery will take over at third and bat 9th. And Sam Coonrod, the former San Francisco Giant, part of this dramatically overhauled Philadelphia bullpen, Jeff, is on in relief with the bases empty and 1 out.
And you see those numbers right there. Ben Philly's best reliever. 14 2/3 innings pitch. He's tied for 5th with the lowest NL relievers. As we said, this is, besides Hector Neris, Chip, this was a bullpen that got totally revamped.
And you can understand why Girardi's bringing in one of his best relievers in this part of the game. You've got the 4, 5, 6 hitters up for Atlanta. And they've had good at-bats. That trio's reached 4 times, 3 walks and a triple. So Albies, who had that first Atlanta hit, that 3-bagger, is up first and rolls it foul for strike 1. Coonrod just featured a 98-mile-an-hour sinker.
Goes Cheese.
So 1 run for Velasquez over 5 1/3 innings with 6 strikeouts. 90 pitches for Vince tonight, and just off the plate, even count. So he's in line to earn his 2nd win. Have a good start in place of Matt Moore. Easy gas, 97 miles an hour.
He's got good movement.
And he takes care of Ozzie with 99 miles an hour. How about that sequence?
Yeah. Located up in the zone. You're not going to catch up with that.
Coonrod turns 29 years of age in September. Giants got him in the 5th round in 2014 and had a 9.82 ERA last year with the Giants in the pandemic-shortened season.
That's the crazy thing when you talk about his fastball, Chip. He's averaging 96 in 1998 last year. Now he's averaging 99. It's like, can you just keep going up? Is that even possible?
Jacob deGrom showed you can.
Well, yeah. I don't count him. He's in another category.
Indeed he is. They're hoping he's going to start for him tomorrow, by the way. For the New York Mets, 1 ball, 1 strike. For Riley, the pitch is downstairs. Coonrod in college was a terrific starting pitcher. So he's got more than just 2 pitches. And that he can keep all of those pitches on time is a testament to how talented he truly is. Not an easy thing for a Pensman to do. 2 balls and a strike. Broken bat liner into center with 2 outs. Riley needed that. That snaps an 0 for 16 for the Braves third baseman. So he's aboard for the 3rd time, and Dansby Swanson's coming up. There's the bloop. Now you need the blast to get the game tied.
That gets it just off the end. When you're throwing a 92-mile-per-hour slider.
So let's see what Dansby can do. He's our Zaxby's indescribably good player.
Yeah, you see him the last 5 home games. He's always loved hitting here at Truist Park. 10 extra base hits out of 16 hits against starters this year.
Can the Phillies give him the whole right side of the infield to play with? See if Coonrod can make a mistake over the inner half. Fly ball, well hit toward McCutcheon in left. He's still running and got to the track. And that retires the side. Dansby Swanson hit that baby on the button, but not hard enough. Not the case for Freddie Freeman, who snapped it 0 for 22 with a leadoff homer here in the 6th inning. Braves are on the board. 3 innings left. It's now a 3-1 Phillies lead in Game 2. Braves baseball is brought to you by Truist. Freddie Freeman is the first Brave to touch the plate tonight. He's cut the Phillies lead to 3-1 thanks to home run number 8. Now Grant Dayton is on. He's pitched in 8 games, and he'll have the 8, 9, and 1 hitters coming up for the Phillies.
Yeah, he pitched in that Thursday day game in Washington and came in and had 2 big strikeouts for the Braves.
Dayton part of a Braves bullpen that was revamped again today, as that one's bunted foul by Herrera. Carl Edwards, who debuted last night, was designated for assignment. Victor Arano and Jaceel De La Cruz were brought up from Gwinnett, and Sean Kazmar was sent back to AAA.
Yeah, Arano had a big year in 19 for this Phillies bullpen.
Odubel Herrera takes downstairs. 1 ball, 1 strike. Speaking of Gwinnett, by the way, they won 19-1 yesterday. Wow, 19-1. Their largest margin of victory in Gwinnett Braves history. Tucker Davidson went 7 innings.
Guess some guys got healthy early in the season.
Nothing wrong with that.
No.
Right? As Herrera down 1 ball, 2 strikes. Shea Langoliers had a hit for AA Mississippi. As that just missed. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Great to have the minor league clubs playing. These kids lost a year of development, lost a year of their baseball lives due to COVID. Which is great for the organization, great for those towns too. As that just missed, a crossfire fastball, but it was off the plate, full count. Braves affiliates this year: Gwinnett, Mississippi, Rome, and Augusta, the Green Jackets. The Braves A-ball affiliate.
Brand new.
Nobody on or out for Herrera. We have reached the 7th inning. 3-1. Phillies lead it in Game 2. The pitch is chopped off the plate. Dansby with a bare hand, can't come up cleanly. Even if he did, it would have been a bang-bang play.
I don't think he...
And that, folks, is the definition of a Baltimore chop.
Yeah.
Right off the top of the play. How many of those kind of hits do the Phillies have in the first 8 games this year?
Well, and when you get a guy like Herrera who can run, look at this right here. Bam, off the plate. And like you said, even if Dansby makes that perfect, I still don't think he gets him.
So Scott Kingery is the hitter. Kingery was sent back to the alternate site and then to AAA at Lehigh Valley to try to figure his swing out. That went almost to the screen. 1 ball, no strikes. Kingery fashioned himself a big home run hitter. Got involved with the launch angle uppercut swing craze, and it really messed up his results at the plate. Still trying to find it at the major league level this year, hitting a meager 111. Of course, 1 hit in 9 tries, very small sample size. Pitch. Bunt try, and out of play, even count. Remember, Kingery got that big major league contract in Gabe Kapler's first year with the Phillies, and they didn't really have a position for him. He was thought to be a super utility, jack of all trades kind of player, kind of like Brad Miller is. It'll be interesting to see as time goes on where Kingery is penciled in the Phillies defensive lineup. Talented kid. Pride of the Arizona Wildcats baseball program, 2nd round pick. In 2015, the pitch is caught on a miss. That was nasty. 2-2. Bigger crowd tonight than last night. 39,852. Pitch. And Kingery didn't get a fastball. He's down on strikes. 1 on, 1 out, and here's McCutchen. Hayden's got a good fastball tonight. Download the MLB Ballpark app, the official app of Truist Park. Access and share your tickets. Place a mobile concessions order. Use the Truist Park interactive map and more. Go to braves.com/ballpark app or download it in your app store.
Yeah, McCutchen's starting to heat up.
2 hits last night, 2 hits tonight, including an RBI. He's got a 5-game hit streak. 8 hits in that stretch. Look at Dayton.
Well, you watch his fastball. He just got it by Kingery for a strike 3. McCutchen, he's got that fastball that plays up. He kind of slings it out from the side. It's only 92, 93, but you can tell with the swings he gets, Chip, it plays about mid-90s.
Isn't it funny what the term you just used?
I don't know which one.
Well, good point. Hang on, first the 0-1. That's in at 93. You said only 92. That tells you all you need to know about how the game has changed in the last 20 years, right?
Oh, yeah.
We're talking of Grant Dayton, much like Paul Bird was talking about with Ian Anderson. His effective velocity is probably a lot higher than low 90s. It's playing up to this point tonight. He's ahead 0-2. And a nice stop, Contreras. 1 ball, 2 strikes for Andrew McCutchen. Milwaukee beat Miami 6-2. That snaps a long losing streak for the Brewers. Braves will see them after our series with Toronto. Mets are beating Arizona 3-1 in the 7th. Cardinals won again. They beat Colorado 9-8. St. Louis leads the National League Central. The 1-2 pitch coming for McCutchen. Popped him up. Long run Ozuna. Dansby goes out. Marcel says he's got it, and he does in foul ground. And that is the 2nd out of the 7th inning. Hope you'll stick around for the stretch presented by Synovus. Gang will be talking about Freddie Freeman, who broke out tonight with a solo home run. Now Freddie needs some of his compadres to help him out. Atlanta will have the lower third. Contreras, Pache, and then a pinch hitter. Maybe Pablo Sandoval will be a hero in the late innings tonight. Braves have been out hit 7-3. They've been outscored 3-1. And here is Segura. This man has been a tough out in the series. He is 6 for 8. Right there, a strike for Gene Segura. It's 1-1. One ball, one strike. Herrera a short lead at first. The pitch. Swing and a miss. That was perfectly placed.
And he is really doing a good job of getting that fastball in to these righties up in the zone. He hit the spot on McCutchen right there. Now he's coming into Segura, as you said, 6 for 8. He's squared up everything this series.
So Dayton's way ahead in the count. And the 1-2 pitch. Straight back. I like guys that have good fastballs and aren't afraid to use them. Dayton's doing that tonight. Bad luck for him. The infield hit by Herrera, but a strikeout and a flyout has him 1 strike away from turning things back over to the Braves batsman. He's ready now. The 1-2 pitch. Tried to spin a breaking ball and missed with that. 2-2. Here's where you want action. The pitch is served off of Freddie Freeman's glove, and that's into the right field corner. Acuna got to it very quickly. And heading to third is Odubel Herrera. Freeman holding the runner at first. That was a bullet hit at him. I guess, Jeff, as he moved to his right, he couldn't get the glove up in time. And the Phillies have him at the corners now with 2 out.
Good Lord, look where that pitch was, Chip, that he hit. Yeah, with Freddie playing him on and then coming up, just didn't have time, you see, to get his glove up. That pitch was off the plate down. It's a great pitch by Grant Dayton.
He's been kind of a modern-day Vladimir Guerrero Sr.
He's hitting everything right now.
Exactly right. So after a 4-hit game last night, Segura's got 3 tonight. And now you have to face Bryce Harper and then JT Realmuto.
And you know Bryce wants to make up for what happened last time. 3-0. First and third, no outs. Had a chance to really knock out Ian Anderson from this game, and Ian made a great pitch, got a huge double play, and then struck out Realmuto to keep it at 3-0.
So a huge spot in the game for Harper, who again has not had many chances to hit with runners at second and third. This is his 10th at bat with a runner in scoring position. And this for the Phillies is their 34th game. That's almost unbelievable.
Well, as you said, Hoskins high 40s in strikeouts. McCutchen slow start.
Harper has faced Grant Dayton before. Bryce is 1 for 5 against him. Dayton struck him out 3 times. Braves pen is busy. First and third, 2 out. Little roller gets him back into the count. 1 ball, 1 strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Lefty, lefty. Dayton versus Harper. Paints the corner. Pretty pitch. 1-2.
Is he working that corner? Righties, lefties, doesn't matter.
A ball and 2 strikes for Bryce Harper. Trying to get him to chase. Harper had none of that. Like Freddie Freeman, Bryce Harper is a very selective hitter. He's walked 19 times this year.
Yeah, I led the league in walks last year.
So he's back in the count. 2 balls, 2 strikes. What does Contreras want to do now? Here it is. Struck him out. Bryce Harper strands a pair in the 7th inning. What a job by Grant Dayton with a couple of strikeouts.
Threw the curveball. Threw the curveball at him.
And
great location.
Back-to-back great outings for Grant Dayton. First in Washington and now here against Bryce Harper and the Philadelphia Phillies. Sellout crowd in Atlanta. 39,852 on hand for Game 2.
The Stretch is presented by Synovus. Synovus, where small taps equal big wins.
Braves trailing 3-1, but that one was a very big one because it came off the bat of Freddie Freeman, who snapped his longest hitless streak, guys, over 22 with a solo shot to center field. 1-0 pitch. What'd you see?
The Braves needed him to get going.
Yes.
And I love to see him hit that home run today. He was in too long of a stretch of struggling. We aren't used to seeing that. Yesterday, I thought he did a good job hitting the ball hard to the left side of the field. He get a change-up in this count right here. He's hit Velasquez well in the past, but a hanging change-up in that count, he's got to put the barrel on the ball. It feels like he's in a little better state today and a little bit yesterday as well than he has been for sure.
He looked, I don't think he thought he got it, or either that or he was just thinking to himself, I finally hit one well, and he put his head straight down. I didn't see the tongue come out, but I want to see more of this from Freddie for the rest of the season. I think this is the kind of thing that can set him up. This is the kind of thing that can get him going in the right direction. Our colleague BJ talks about getting that ball to go the other way. He hit 2 balls hard the other way the other night. That could be the thing that gets him going. Hopefully, this is not the Freddie we want to see. We want to see the Freddie that's showed up tonight.
I really thought you were going to go with what BJ always says. Can you please give us one? We need one.
No of those words.
What?
None of those words.
Nick?
Yeah.
We'll
take more
get
of
you back
those.
to the game in just a moment. But first, a quick word from our sponsor, Synovus.
Big wins can come from small taps. Online or on the go. Success is at your fingertips. Synovus, the bank of here.
Great job on the stretch, Kelly and Nick and Peter. Let's see if the Braves offense can get something going now. In the home 7th, Contreras, Pache, and then a pinch hitter are coming up. And the first swing by Contreras, a foul ball past Ron Washington. A 96-mile-an-hour sinker. Coonrod came on in the 6th inning. Strikeout single lineout after Vince Velasquez departed after 5 1/3 innings. Popped up into straightaway center. And Odubel Herrera will make the catch. 1 up, 1 down. Let's enjoy a quick message from Delta. Pache's lined out and grounded out. And a little dribbler hit toward third. Kingery has got it. Coonrod almost took him out with a sliding attempt to get that soft roller. And a good play by Kingery to avoid his pitcher, make the play. And that is the second out of the inning. And Eddie Adrianza is going to come on and pinch hit for Grant Dayton, who was outstanding in his 7th inning.
Yeah, nice play by Kingery. Playing shallow just to guard the bunt to begin with.
Adrianza's been great for the Braves off the bench after a hot start. He's cooled off just a touch. See if he can make something happen here with 2 outs and get aboard for Acuna, who's next. Adrianza 3 for 11 with 2 extra base hits, a double and a homer. And this one smoked up the middle, a base hit. So the tying run comes to the plate, and who better to hit a fastball than Ronald Acuna Jr.
Great piece of hit. Hit it right back where it came from. See how hard he hit it with Didi playing up the middle. Brings up Ronald Acuna, who homered off Coonrod on April 11th.
We wouldn't mind a repeat performance of either Acuna hitting a homer or getting on base for Freddie Freeman with a repeat performance. Again, the Braves have been so good this year with 2 outs. Can that magic continue against the hard-throwing Phillies relievers? Sam Coonrod. Up and in. That almost hit him. How close was that?
Thought it almost nipped his shirt.
After a pitch like that, here's the profile and courage for Acuna. Let's see if he can get some payback. Pitch. And that off his hand. Helmet slam. They go inside twice. This time it hits Ronald on the left hand. George Poulos, the Braves certified athletic trainer, is out to look at Acuna, who is grimacing in pain and bent at the waist behind the plate. That is not a good sign.
97. Well, the Phillies are challenging it.
I guess they're going to review and see if he swung the bat.
You can't see that. They're gonna obviously challenge if he fouled it off.
Foul ball, yeah. Good point. I don't know if there's enough evidence to change the call of a hit by pitch. It got Acuna on the right hand. Oh, left hand too. Fingers of the left hand, it looked like and sounded like, and Acuna doubled over, immediately went to the Braves dugout and then to the clubhouse, where I'm sure they will take a very, very close look. So Acuna hit by the pitch. The Braves have first and second, 2 outs. Freddie Freeman's coming up. And let's see who the Braves will first pinch run for Acuna. Joe Girardi is out. He's going to get Coonrod out of the game. He's got action in his bullpen.
Now, this is not a great scenario for the Braves when you send Kazmar down to bring up another pitcher. Your bench is already short.
And for the Braves, it has been a very, very, shall we say, costly week. They've lost d'Arnaud. They lose Ronald Acuna Jr. tonight. And Coonrod will be booed to the clubhouse. Back Back in Atlanta, where things have gotten dicey. Ronald Acuna Jr. just hit on the left hand by a pitch from Sam Coonrod. Joe Girardi is going to make another double switch. Nick Maton is going to come on and play second. Hard-throwing left-hander Jose Alvarado is on to pitch for the Phillies. Atlanta had to use a pitcher to pinch run. It's going to be Josh Tomlin. You've already got Adrianza in the game. I would assume he can go play right field for Acuna. And now it's Freddie Freeman versus Alvarado with 2 on and 2 out in a 2-run game.
And Tomlin got warmed up the best way you could. He just sprinted in from the bullpen.
Somewhere John Smoltz is beaming with pride.
Absolutely. Smoltz always had his spikes on, ready for this moment.
Where the Milk Duds were. Alvarado with 2 outs. And Freeman takes a strike. Outfield very deep for Freeman. You hear the crowd trying to cheer him on.
I'd love to see him gap one and see Tomlin score from first.
Swing and a miss. That's what makes this man so tough. 99 100-mile-an-hour sinkers. And Freeman quickly behind 0-2. Good take there. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Joe Girardi's done a nice job in this game of using his best relievers against the top 6 hitters in the Braves lineup. One ball, 2 strikes. Maton way out on the grass at second base. Runners lead. The 1-2 pitch. Broken bat. Popped up over the Phillies on deck circle and out of play. Again, 99-mile-an-hour sinker.
Wow. Nice catch. Didn't even move.
Fans from Decatur, you just tell. Great fielding fans in Decatur, Georgia. And they, like the rest of Braves country, hoping Freddie can come through with a 2-out hit. 2 on, 2 out, 2-run game. Alvarado ready. Here it is. Skipped up there. What a stop by Real Muto. This is quite a handful for any left-handed hitter. Freddie's got the count even, 2-2. Little roller hit toward first. Bohm is there, and that is going to retire the side. Braves 3-1 Phillies after 7 innings tonight. As we go to the 8th inning, it'll be the 4, 5, 6 hitters for Joe Girardi. Before we tell you about the defensive changes for the Braves, let's enjoy a quick word from Truist.
BB&T and SunTrust are now Truist, together for better.
Well, there's the first big change. Ede Adrianza stays in the game to play right field for Ronald Acuna Jr., who was hit on the left hand a moment ago. And Luke Jackson is on. He's the 3rd Braves pitcher following Ian Anderson and Grant Dayton. Jackson will have the middle of the order coming up for Philadelphia. They lead the game 3-1.
With Chris Martin out, Luke's kind of become that righty down there that Brian Snitker's been turning to in these situations. Luke, Chip, although he'll allow some traffic, more times than not this year, has been able to wiggle his way out.
Yeah, at the end of the day, we've said it before, Jeff. Doesn't matter how pretty it is, it matters how effective it is.
Yeah, you look, I mean, he's thrown 11 innings, got a 1.64, 8 walks, 8 strikeouts. So, yeah, I mean, you just got to get the job done.
And that, to me, is what makes Luke so good. He's got an above-average fastball. When he gets ahead, he can use that wipeout slider.
Oh, and his splits are big. He's got a 489 OPS versus righties, over 1,000 lefties.
Tried the slider there, but it bounced up for the Phillies catcher. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Again, for just joining us, Philadelphia got 2 runs in the first, 1 in the second off Ian Anderson, who then shut him down the rest of the way. Ian went 6 innings with 7 strikeouts and 3 runs. The Braves run came on a Freddie Freeman homer in the 6th. That snapped an 0 for 22 slide at the plate for the Braves first baseman, the longest such slide of his career. But all of that pales with the news of Ronald Acuna Jr. hit on the left hand by Sam Coonrod with a 97-mile-an-hour fastball. Smashed him right in the fingers of the left hand. He immediately left the field of play. And again, I know everybody in Braves country is hoping for an update tonight. As soon as the Braves medical staff finishes their exam and gives us that information, we'll let you know. Braves have already lost an indispensable player in Travis d'Arnaud this week. He tore a thumb ligament in Dunedin. And Real Muto didn't get that. 96-mile-an-hour fastball. Jackson off to a good start. In the 8th inning, his first strikeout of the night. 39,000 plus on hand at Truist Park tonight. You see them from our Xfinity Live Look camera. 39,852, the official paid attendance for Game 2 of the series. The finale tomorrow night. Braves have played the Phillies 3 times in the first 5+ weeks of the season. We won't see him again until June 8th, July 22nd, and then the final 3 against the Phillies during the last week of regular season play here at Truist Park, September 28th, 29th, and 30th.
Yeah, the Braves are going to have quite the finish to the season. 3 with San Diego, 3 with Philly, and 3 with New York.
Not to mention 2 West Coast trips from the end of August into September.
Yep.
3-0 for Alec Bohm, a natural first baseman. He moved across the diamond an inning or so ago. Now he's got a 3-1 count. Bohm 0 for 3 tonight, but does have an RBI. That came in the first inning. Like Grant Dayton, Luke Jackson's bringing it tonight. Now can he finish off the Phillies first baseman? That's headed for the seats out of play.
And that's what I like. 3-2, you saw Luco struck Real Muto out with a fastball. He just threw a good fastball there. So now, if you do decide to throw that slider for Luke, you can almost throw a first strike. And if you do like you can with the break, you got a chance to get a strikeout right here with that pitch too.
Up the middle, Ozzie behind the bag. Good positioning and a perfect throw. Jackson comes back to get Bohm, who's 0 for 4. 2 outs for Didi Gregorius. Let's check out our T-Mobile coverage cam tonight. Man, is it great to see the ballpark filled with smiling faces. Back-to-back nights, the Braves have the largest crowds in the major leagues this year. And we hope you'll join us here tomorrow night and again Tuesday when Toronto is here.
Well, looking ahead, if you're Luke, if you get this batter right here and you get the offense back in, you got a chance to score a couple to tie or even take the lead. The Phillies in the ninth will have the bottom part of the order coming up.
Yeah, no drama. Eighth would be just what the doctor ordered defensively. And then in the Braves portion, you've got Ozuna, Albies, Riley, and Swanson, the first four.
But you know they're going to keep Alvarado in. So you got the lefty righty, even though he does throw 100 with sink.
Lifted to the left side, Riley in foul ground. Plenty of room. Luke Jackson with a perfect 1-2-3. 3-1 Philadelphia as we head to the home eighth. The Braves, as we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, Jeff, have been a fun team to watch in the late innings. That is the subject of tonight's Coors Light team comparison.
The last 3 years we've seen the Braves give some great finishes. You see versus the Phillies, they've done that quite a bit. You see the big difference there, 20 runs for the Braves compared to the Phils, and the ERA 2 points lower for this Braves team.
But they've got their hands full with Alvarado. The Braves have Acuna, Albies, and Riley to start the eighth inning. Alvarado got Freeman to roll out to end the seventh inning. Braves have but 4 hits tonight. See if they can improve on that here with 6 outs left. And downstairs from Alvarado. We've talked at length in this series about how the Phillies have revamped their bullpen. Alvarado was part of that relief corps makeover. At times, they've been unhittable. At other times, they've been unwatchable. Braves are hoping for the latter tonight. And he sprayed 2 99 and 100-mile-an-hour pitches off the plate to Ozuna. 2-0 the count.
Now, if there's one thing we've seen with Alvarado, the reason his ERA is at a 3.86, he has the ability to walk a couple guys.
Ozuna stepped out. It's 3-0.
You think about it, he comes in the seventh. You got all that momentum. You got Freddie Freeman up there. You go down and sit down and come back. He's probably lost a little bit of that juice.
That's the hope as Ozuna ahead. 3 balls, no strikes. And on 4 pitches, the tying run comes to the plate. Now you've got Ozzie Albies. You know how well Ozzie hits left-handed pitching. He hasn't had a lot of opportunities to bat right-handed. But that's what he'll do here against Alvarado with nobody out, and he represents the tying run. Ozzie's 3 for 20 as a right-handed hitter. Not because he's going poorly, he just hasn't had any rhythm from this side of the plate yet. And he almost got hit. That one goes to the backstop. Ozuna in scoring position. And Alvarado's thrown 5 straight balls, and that one ate up JT Realmuto. Took some punishment.
Yeah, that's going to bring out the pitching coach, and my guess gets someone down there warming up. I mean, JT had no chance at that pitch.
Braves and Truist are treating essential and frontline workers to the best seats in the house. The front row for Frontline rewards Braves country's frontline heroes with front row seats every home game this year. Tonight's honoree is Andrew Riley, a firefighter with the Atlanta Fire Department. Thank you, Andrew, for your service. Hope you're having a great time tonight. Braves are in business. Tying run at the plate. And still a bunch of thunder coming up against Alvarado, whose meeting is over. Ozuna stands at second. Nobody out. Harper, Herrera, McCutchen, arms folded. As Alvarado is making things dicey in the 8th inning. Little ground ball won't advance the runner. Ozzie will be out at first. So here's Austin Riley. Riley snapped in 0 for 16 with a 6th inning single. He's also walked a couple of times.
I know we're an aggressive team. I'd have liked to see a strike there.
You made a great observation about Austin Riley, and when his season began to turn around, it was a game against
a guy just like this.
Exactly right.
And Chapman up in New York when he did a 9-pitch walk. And all of a sudden, it was like he was seeing it again.
.100 miles an hour on a corner, 0-1. That's Brandon Kinsler. No balls and a strike for Austin Riley. Downstairs, even count. After Riley, you've got Swanson, then Contreras. Then you try to piece together Pache and Adrianza, and then the pitcher spot. A ball and a strike. Right there at 99. This is not a fun at bat for anybody. And he's ahead 1-2.
No, and you know, just that little ground ball chip sometimes for a pitcher that he got from Ozzie after 5 balls nowhere close lets you take a deep breath, get yourself back going. And I think, like anything, you know, even if Ozzie takes that for a strike, the fact of the matter is you're going to get that pitch again. That's what he's throwing.
So the 1-2 for Riley is tipped and caught by Real Muto. 101-mile-an-hour sinker. Alvarado has given up now 1 hit in 15 at-bats with a runner in scoring position. That is the definition of a lockdown reliever. But he's got to contend with Dansby Swanson, who hit a homer last night. That's our StatCast presented by Google Cloud.
Yeah, Dansby with a good night last night into the bullpen. That just under 103, 392. So hit a double, scored both runs for the Braves last night.
Dansby has struck out, popped out, and lined out. Kingery guards the line at third. Ozuna leads at second. The pitch. After that meeting with Caleb Gotham, all of a sudden Alvarado's a strike-throwing machine. Good cut, but fouled away. Swanson and the Braves down to their final 8th inning strike. Nothing in 2 for the Braves shortstop.
Yeah, good thing you didn't swing at that pitch. That would have been a shattered bat. Shoot, right here, you'll even take a little blooper and get 1 run. Cut it in half going to the 9th.
Braves got 2 runs last night. They have 1 tonight on just 4 hits. A ball and 2 strikes. And here it is.
And this is what happens, Chip. The longer you get into an AB like this, saw Austin Riley against Chapman, you start to feel more comfortable. You've seen 100, 101 now 4 or 5 times in a row. Not saying it's any easier, but the fact of the matter is you've got a better idea of the speed, where it's coming from, the movement. you got a better chance to get a hit.
Well, if Dansby could reach, you've got Contreras on deck. Braves are looking for their first hit with a runner in scoring position tonight against one of the hardest throwing relief pitchers in baseball. Jose Alvarado, who's been sitting 99-100 all night. He's got a 2-2 count for Swanson. Ozuna leads at second with 2 outs. Here it comes. And strike 3. Swanson didn't think so. And back-to-back strikeouts erase.
Trailing 3-1 as we go to the 9th. It's time for your Xfinity game break. Nats and Yankees. Max Scherzer struck out 14 in this one for his 100th career 10-plus strikeout game. 7 1/3 innings pitched, gave up 2 hits and 1 walk. Bottom of the 11th. We are tied at 3 bases loaded, no outs, and Gleyber Torres gonna be the hero in this one. Brings home the winning run off Tanner Rainey. Final in 11. It's Yankees 4-3. Chip and Jeff, take it away, guys.
Thank you, Kelly, and thank you to the Yankees. All help appreciated in divisional plays. The Braves are down 2 to their division rivals, the Phillies, tonight in Game 2. Tyler Matzik grabs a baseball. He's in for the 15th time already. And Matzik will face the lower third of the Phillies order. Nick Maton will lead off. Odubel Herrera, then Scott Kingery. Maton, a .293 hitter. Again, no word yet on the status of Ronald Acuna Jr., who saw 2 fastballs up and in against Sam Coonrod, against whom Ronald homered April the 11th. The second one hit him on the left hand. And Maton drives that down the line, out of play, foul.
Is that bad that it looks like Matzik's throwing 82 miles per hour
compared to
Alvarado? He's throwing 95.
Well, that's how the game has changed. We've talked about that a lot. I remember when Mark Wohlers debuted and everybody was on the top step because he was throwing 93.
Yep.
One ball, one strike. And right there for strike 2. Nick Maton's older brother, Phil, is a relief pitcher in the Indians organization. He was a 7th-round pick, was Nick. Got to Double-A in 2019, was at the alternate site, and here he is. Baseball America ranks him as the 10th best Phillies prospect. Two balls, 2 strikes. Can't give the Phillies any more. We're in the 9th inning. And on the ground, Freddie Freeman to the line. He's got it. And Matzik gets the first man. 1 down. And here's Herrera. He's walked, struck out, and has an infield hit. After Herrera, it's Scott Kingery. In the Braves' 9th, we'll have Contreras, Pache, Adrianza, and if anybody gets on, one would think Pablo Sandoval.
Yeah.
But you got to get somebody on. Sandoval would be due 4th. Bunt. It's a beauty. Bare hand play, Riley. Throw to first. They
got him.
That'll make Chipper Jones happy. He made that play all the time. And Riley, with a bare hand and a strong throw, gets Herrera, who can't believe it.
Great play. You're coming in right here. Chipper will tell you everything's got to be perfect. You got to get it at the right time, the right foot, and make a strong throw, and he got him.
When that ball hit the grass, I didn't think Riley had a chance. And I've used the comparison. Physically, Riley reminds me of Troy Glaus, but he moves more like Scott Rowland. Very lithe, good speed for a big guy, and boy, what an arm. And that was a nifty play for the second out. Here's Kingery, who struck out after he entered the game in the 6th inning. The Braves have a shot. But they're running out of outs. They've got 3 of them left.
Tell you what, you'd love it if Ronald was up 4th, even though I know Pablo can hit.
Well, George Poulos just came out of the Braves clubhouse and was speaking with Brian Snitker, who's sitting next to Walt Weiss. So my guess is the preliminary examination of Acuna is complete. If George is, and again he's speaking with Brian Snitker right now. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Base is empty for Scott Kingery. The pitch. And that one across the shoe top somehow missed him. It's 2-2. Look, best case scenario for Acuna is there's no serious problem. The hand might be sore. Maybe he misses a game. The Braves are off Monday, and maybe he'd be ready to go Tuesday. Worst case scenario, well, we don't even want to put that out in the universe, do we?
No.
But it looked awful and sounded awful. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And it's headed for the seats again. Kingery putting up a fight. That's throwing hard. 95-96 with command tonight. Got to give him and A.J. Minter a lot of credit. With the absence of Chris Martin, these guys have had to come into some difficult spots. And we've gotten the official word from the Braves PR staff. X-rays negative. Swing and a miss. Now, how about something positive? How about a walk-off win? Acuna is going to be all right. Let's see if the Braves can come back down 3-1.
Atlanta Braves baseball is brought to you by Delta Airlines. Keep climbing. Your local Ford dealer. And by the Georgia.
Well, the Braves will take aim at the Toronto Blue Jays. Beginning Tuesday night, and then Thursday it's a day game. It is our truest look ahead. Braves owe the Blue Jays some payback. A Toronto ball club swept Atlanta in a 3-game series down in Dunedin. You know, Max Fried is itching to get back onto the mound. He pitched great in his return the other day. And nothing would make the Braves feel better than, 1, the good news of Ronald Acuna. No fracture of the left fingers. And 2, Jeff, a comeback against Hector Neris, the Phillies closer.
Yeah, a guy in the years past that the Braves have got to. This year, though, he's had the Braves numbers. Braves hitters 0-12 against him. 0 for 12 against him this year in 4 appearances. He's going to throw that fastball, and his out pitch is a split. Best pitch.
I believe I read somewhere that Neris was tinkering with a cutter too.
He did, I think, remember early in spring.
Yeah.
I personally, to me, from watching him, I think he's gone more back to just that fastball. And that's a tough thing. You start telling yourself, if I get beat with that pitch when I got 95 in one of the better splits in baseball, shame on me. Good news, you know, Contreras, Pache, not a lot of, as you said last time, not a lot of, you know, books on them. They don't know, so we'll see how they attack him.
Well, Contreras 0 for 3 tonight, and that's the key. Make this guy fall behind. First pitch a splitter. The young catcher didn't offer at it. Braves need base runners. And another one, this time over the plate. And missed. 1 ball, 1 strike. Braves have 4 hits. They've been given 4 walks. They have struck out 9 times tonight. Velasquez got 6 and 5 1/3 innings. So far, Coonrod and Alvarado 2 2/3 innings of 2 hits, scoreless relief. And a swing and a miss.
3 straight splits.
So there's the first out of the 9th inning. Here's Pache. Christian is 0 for 3. And the way the Braves lineup card set up for Joe Girardi, it turned out to be absolutely perfect for him. He used Coonrod and Alvarado for the most part, as we said, on the 1 through 6 parts of the Braves lineup card. After they got through 2 2/3, now Contreras and Pache, 2 young, inexperienced hitters facing Neris. And then you've got Adrianza and maybe Pablo Sandoval. But somebody's got to get on to give Brian Snitker a chance to use his big pinch hit bullet. And right now it's splitter after splitter. Why throw anything else?
Well, and he threw 94 to first pitch to Christian. And you can tell this is kind of a veteran pitcher taking advantage of a couple young hitters.
It is a merciless game, isn't it?
It is.
And when you have these kinds of weapons, which Joe Girardi didn't have last year.
Well, he had Neris, but that was about it.
Yeah. I mean, he may get the glory, but it's the other guys that held the Braves at bay. As managers often say, he has a lot of toys to play with down there. As this ball's hammered hard into center, Herrera got a great jump and almost overran it. And the Braves are down to their last out. It'll be Ede Adrianza, who roped a single up the middle in the 7th inning. That was right before Acuna got hit on the left hand. And it will be Sandoval in the on-deck circle. Let's see if Adrianza can somehow reach and bring Pablo and then Freddie Freeman. But again, the Braves are down to their last out. Phillies bullpen so far in this series, 5 2/3 innings of work and no runs. Not to mention the excellent starting pitching that we saw in game 1 of the series. And that one out of play foul. The Braves are down to their last strike. Last night it was Zach Eflin. Tonight it was Vince Velasquez.
Yeah, you think on the other side, though, Ian Anderson gave up 3 in the first 2 innings. Braves pitchers have done their part after that. Put up 7 donuts and given this offense a chance to get back in it, and we've had some chances.
Do not have a hit with a runner in scoring position in the game tonight. 0 for 9. Hopefully that'll improve either here or against Aaron Nola, who's the Phillies' #1 starter tomorrow night. Oscar Inoa will pitch for the Braves. The 1-2 pitch. He did not go. It's even 2-2. Well, that splitter comes to the plate like it has an anvil on the bottom half of the ball. It just drops out of sight.
It does, and it looks just like his fastball coming out. His fastball's 94.
Two balls, 2 strikes, bases empty. The pitch is smoked foul. Just a little early for Adrianza. Two balls, 2 strikes. Good battle with Adrianza and Neris here. Again, if you stepped away from our Bally Sports coverage for a moment, the x-rays on Acuna's left hand were negative. A left pinky contusion. Might be able to go tomorrow night. That's the hope.
Yeah, but like you said, even if he had to miss tomorrow night, it's best case scenario.
Better than 6 weeks.
Yeah.
2 balls, 2 strikes for Adrianza from Neris. Here it is. Good take. So here comes the biggest pitch of the game to this point.
Now, not only that, you bring Pablo up, the best bullet, as you said. And if somehow he's reaching, then you got Freddie coming up after. Got to imagine he's going to his best pitch.
He lost him. Ball 4. The Braves still have life. And look at Joe Girardi. Now he knows what's coming. You've got Sandoval, and if somehow he reaches, then you've got Freddie Freeman. What do we say all the time? Close games, late inning walks. Let's see if Sandoval can bring the Braves back from the brink. Sandoval's 2 for 8 in his career against Neris. And went for the chop house and didn't get it. Strike 1. Bohm doesn't bother holding Adrianza. The 0-1 pitch. Missed inside. 1-1.
And that's the thing for Pablo. He's so strong, you don't have to get a head start. You don't have to, like I said, even if you take a single, you bring up Freddie with a chance to tie it up, give you the lead, or give you the win.
Listen to the fans at Truist. Oh, what a cut he had. And ripped straight back again. The Braves down to their last strike. Freddie Freeman has homered tonight. You know, Neris is looking at him as well as who's in the batter's box. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Swing and a high fly ball, right center field, headed to the bullpen. Pablo!
He does it again.
The walk and then the wallop, and look at the Phillies. They're stunned. The Braves down to their last strike twice. Get a walk from Adrianza, and then Pablo Sandoval ties the game with a 2-run pinch hit homer. Can you believe it?
We're getting Panda Mask.
Well, there's pandemonium here right now. And now Neris has to get Freeman. Center cut, and he crushed it. And for the fans who left early tonight, shame on you. Pablo Sandoval has rescued Atlanta with a 2-run pinch hit homer with 2 strikes to make it a 3-3 game. Now Freddie's ahead 2-0. Talk about a momentum turner in your season. You win this game, who knows what could happen for Atlanta.
Wow.
Hats off to Pablo Sandoval, hitting in place of Ronald Acuna Jr., and he does Ronald Acuna Jr. like things. And now Neris, after the home run, is rattled.
4th pinch hit home run. And I think he had Adrianza 1-2. Let's talk about that at bat too.
3-0 for Freeman. And the green light. There's the split. 3-1 the count. So if Freddie doesn't walk us off, we look ahead to the 10th inning. McCutchen, the pitcher's spot, and Harper are scheduled. We will have a runner at second placed. The pitch. And we're not done yet. Freeman walks.
I mean, he got a fastball. He threw him the fastball 1-1. He got him to foul it off. He tried to come back with it and sneak it.
I don't know if we can show that replay again, that first one, but a catcher knows immediately. And when Sandoval made contact, you could see Real Muto just grimace in disgust because Neris left one in the heart of the plate and Sandoval didn't miss it. Watch JT.
Yep.
They hurt as much as the pitchers do.
Well, they tried to sneak that fastball by him, thinking, okay, we've seen split. And the Panda was ready.
So Neris can't undo what's been done. He's got to worry about Ozuna. Marcel could end the game. He has but 2 hits against Neris, one of them a home run. If he splits a gap, you might see Freeman try to score. But right now, Neris has lost the splitter and he's lost the lead.
And they got nobody in the bullpen. This is his game.
How many times did we say it, partner? The Braves don't always win, but they always give you a finish.
Yeah.
They have done that tonight. Popped up toward right. And Bryce Harper is going to have the range, and he'll put the squeeze on that. Braves were down to their last strike with Adrianza, who walked. They were down to their last strike with Sandoval, who didn't walk. He trotted. A 2-run pinch hit homer electrifies this big crowd in Atlanta. New life as we head to the 10th. Sandoval with a pinch hit 2-run homer has tied the game at 3 apiece. Will Smith is going to come on and face the top of the Phillies order. Scott Kingery made the last out of the 9th inning, so he will be the runner placed at second base for Philadelphia. And then the top of the order, McCutchen, then we'll see, and then Bryce Harper is due third. Remember, they have Rhys Hoskins, who did not start tonight's game, available to pinch hit, so it's my assumption he'll be the man hitting second. And there he is standing in the on-deck circle. What a night for the Braves. Freddie Freeman hits a home run. Sandoval hits a home run. Neris blows the save. And now it's crapshoot in extra innings where the Braves look to pick up their first victory of this 2021 season.
Yeah, after that kind of comeback, you'd really love to see them be able to capitalize, Chip.
What do we say? Walks in late innings are as deadly as the home run, and that's the fate of the Phillies. Now we'll see if Will Smith can have a clean inning. Again, Kingery the man at second. He's got good speed. Let's see how the Phillies play it with McCutchen, who's got 2 more hits tonight. And a big rip. And strike 1 for the Phillies leadoff man. Look, let's face it, the Braves need a win. They need to somehow find a way to steal a victory from Philadelphia. The Phillies have won 5 of the first 7 games. Braves are trying to pick up a game on them in the standings. Nationals lost. Miami lost. Mets won tonight.
Well, just the way you've done it tonight.
Exactly.
You know, you've given these fans something to cheer about. Extra innings has not been kind to the Braves. You got to feel at some point it's got to flip.
1 ball, 1 strike for Andrew McCutchen versus Will Smith. Two balls and a strike.
It's a pretty good pitch by Will.
Two balls and a strike. Shift on for McCutchen. Check of the runner. Here it is. Oh. That's 2 that Will Smith thought were good enough. Didn't get them. Now it's 3-1. After McCutchen, it'll be Rhys Hoskins, then Bryce Harper. 3 balls, 1 strike. And Smith loses McCutchen, so first batter he faces is a ball 4. First and second, and Hoskins the hitter. Hoskins struck out 4 times last night in what was a very strange game. Hoskins also scored a run via a strikeout. Came home reached on a pass ball and then scored on a Alec Bohm base hit. He also walked and scored last night.
I tell you, McCutchen's been hot at 3-1. I don't mind that play right there with the base open. You got Hoskins, who's a double play candidate the way he runs, Chip. You had a base open. You're going to face Harper regardless.
Not if there's a triple play.
Well, that's true. Sorry.
And Riley's right on the line at third.
Chances are.
Correct. Well, you talk about pressure packed for a relief pitcher. This is it for guys like Will Smith. Guys at second base in a tie game right out of the chute. And a swing and a miss by Rhys Hoskins. We talked about this last night. Different kind of game at the plate for Rhys Hoskins this year, Jeff, as opposed to the last couple of seasons.
High strikeouts, low walks. Little more power, but never really see that big a swing and miss from him. 0 for 5 against Will.
Double play in order if Hoskins would oblige. No balls and a strike. Didn't offer there. It's an even count. Extra innings have not been particularly fun for either the Braves or the Phillies offenses this year. Atlanta does not have a hit in extra innings. The Phillies have 1. I'll tell you what that hit was in a moment. First a pickoff play. Close. Braves almost caught Kingery napping at second. That was a perfect throw.
Yeah, and Ozzie did a good job of trying to get that foot. Watch right here to block the hand.
He says check it out. And I think the Braves are going to check it out. That is really close. From this angle. Don't know if there's enough, but we'll see. You might as well take a chance in extra innings. Braden Schlehuber is the Braves video replay coordinator. Rob Smith is aiding him, but Braden Schlehuber is the man that's responsible for the appeal or no appeal called to Walt Weiss. The Braves bench says out. Is there enough evidence to overturn? Well, I don't know.
It was so close, but you tell me it's a tie.
Can't see because the hand goes behind the knee on that angle. And again, the call at second was safe, so there has to be clear and convincing evidence to overturn that call at second base.
I know this would be a huge pickoff if they get this.
No question. And he is safe. I think there just wasn't enough there, but you might as well take a shot.
I think it was a dead tie. Yeah. I really do.
That's where you hope there's enough of a camera angle to show something that the umpire couldn't possibly see.
Yep.
And it always seems to come down to a review with the Philadelphia Phillies. But that's a story for another time. 1 ball, 1 strike for Hoskins. We are in the 10th. Right there, a strike. You get him, then you've got lefty and Bryce Harper, who's had his share of troubles with Will Smith head-to-head. This is where Will has been very good.
With 2 strikes, hitters 1 for 28 against him.
The pitch. Contreras got just enough. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Looking ahead to the Braves' 10th. Ozuna will be the runner placed at second base. Atlanta will have Albies, Riley, and Swanson coming up. Neris is already out of the game. Rhys Hoskins pinch hitting for him. The 2-2. Broke his bat.
That's what you want right there. Fastball in, try to get him to roll over to Austin or Dansby. Like you said, if you can find a way to get out of this, Chip, you've taken their 3 best bullets down in their bullpen. Coonrod, Alvarado, and Neris.
Neris pitched an inning. Gave up the very big hit, the home run, but the bigger play was ball 4. He issued 2 walks, one after the Sandoval home run, and struck out Contreras on a nasty split. But he blew the save, and now Hoskins with a new WAR club digs back in with a 2-2 count. Braves have hit 2 homers tonight. Freeman and Pablo Sandoval in a pinch. Phillies got their 3 runs in the first 2 innings. The Braves have shut them down since. As Smith takes aim with the runners at first and second. Here it is. Ball 3. Again, Hoskins knows the strike zone. Yes, he's striking out a lot, but this guy knows how to take ball 4 too. And the danger of a walk here is Harper with a fly ball could put him in front. So let's see if Will can come back and get his man here. He did. A slow breaking ball. 83-mile-an-hour slider. Smith took a whole lot off of that pitch, and Hoskins missed it by a foot. Now the double play is in order. 1 out with 2 on.
Great pitch. Went almost all fastballs on him. Tried to get him cheating.
Look how early.
He thought it was an inside heater.
Hoskins
good pitch.
Swung.
Great location.
So what's the history with Bryce Harper and Will Smith? Lefty-lefty advantage you'd think for the Braves pitcher.
Yeah, 0 for 11 Bryce is against him. We saw, if I remember right, up in Philly, Will walked him. He'd thrown a whole bunch of sliders to him up there. So we'll see if he tries to get ahead and then go to that slider like we saw the previous times.
In the dirt, Harper didn't chase that. 1 ball, no strikes. Again, the most astounding stat for Bryce Harper. This is the 11th at bat he's had this year with a runner in scoring position. This is the Phillies' 34th game. He's their 3rd place hitter. There haven't been many opportunities bigger than this one for Bryce Harper. 1-0 pitch. Fly ball popped up shallow center. Dansby's got range on that. Infield fly takes care of Harper.
Well, the good news there, it's the 3rd time that they've had a chance to get. He's had runners on tonight. Double play to Ian Anderson in the 5th, Cade in the 7th, and now another big out.
Every now and then Superman trips on his cape, and Harper has had a tough night. So here's JT Realmuto. This is a scary matchup. Realmuto has doubled, walked once, struck out twice. Powder River outside corner. Realmuto 0 for 3 against Will Smith with a couple of strikeouts.
Great pitch after everything being in. You painted away at 93.
Might go there again. Hit the glove, but it was too high.
Yeah.
1 ball, 1 strike for the Phillies catcher. We are in the 10th. Popped him up. Freddie's got room. Foul ground. Will Smith got out of it. Ozzie Albies, Austin Riley, Dansby Swanson. Who wants to be a hero? A high fly ball, right center field, headed to the bullpen. Pablo! All 4 of that man's pinch hit homers have come against Eastern Division foes. The Phillies still with 1 hit in extra innings this year. That was a Gene Segura game winner against the Braves.
We'll take the same thing for our first hit tonight.
That's exactly right. The Braves don't have an extra inning hit yet this year. Now they'll take aim at Brandon Kinsler. And this, Jeff, is where the strategy of the runner placed at second rule becomes so interesting. Because the man placed at second for Atlanta is Marcell Ozuna. He's not the fleetest of foot. How do the Braves play it offensively with Albies, Riley, and Swanson coming up?
I mean, you know, I know what I would do, but, you know, I have so many people tell me the numbers, and what they believe is that you let them swing. I'd bunt. I'd take them over and take my chances, but, you know, Kinsler's around the plate. He's only had 1 walk, not a high strikeout guy, so it's nothing overpowering. You can put the ball in play.
Well, let's see what Ozzie does here. Not bunting. And the first pitch served toward left. That's curling toward the netting, and it is in the stands 2 rows deep. Albies tonight has walked and tripled. That triple in the 4th inning was the first and only Braves hit until Freddie Freeman's 6th inning homer. Ozzie's faced Kinsler before. He has a hit. The Braves do not have a hit in extra innings this year. They bat last. So it's all there for the taking for Atlanta. Braves are 0-4 in extra inning games this year. No balls and a strike. Short lead at second, Ozuna. And fouled at the plate. It's 0-2. Evaluate the arms in the outfield for the Phillies. You've got McCutchen in left. You've got Herrera in center. Bryce Harper in right.
Bryce has got the best arm out there. Double not bad. McCutchen so-so. Not as strong as it used to be, but 3 decent arms. That's the thing, you know, for Ozzie now, you got to find a way to put the ball in play, and if anything, try to hit a ground ball to the right side.
Get that man to third if you can. 0-2 with Riley on deck. The pitch. Ground ball, he did it. Great at bat. Now a fly ball wins the game. So Albies falls behind 0-2, makes a productive out. And now the stage is yours, Austin Riley or Dansby Swanson.
Yeah, and I think the reason they're putting him on here, not so much that you're choosing which guy, but I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, to see them walk Dansby here, too.
And
I think you're going to see a double.
Go after Contreras and Pache?
Yep, I think.
Yep.
Double intentional walk.
So again, this is the strategy of this inning. That's what having that runner at second does. And what Joe Girardi is doing now is he'll go out to see Kinsler. He's going to say, well, look, we've got 2 inexperienced hitters in Contreras and Pache.
But what you do, too, now is you just bring, as you said, an inexperienced hitter up and a double play type candidate.
Let's see how Joe Girardi.
Looks like he's bringing Bryce in, so I'm guessing he's going with the old 5 infielders.
Yep.
Probably 3 on the left side, 1 right behind the pitcher.
So this is, again, the part of the extra inning strategy that makes it so fascinating. How do you align your defense? How do you, as an offense, play with that first hitter? If that guy makes a productive out or advances the runner to third, what do you do then? Well, Girardi's answered that. He's loaded the bases with back-to-back walks. And now the Phillies are going to play with 2 outfielders. Herrera's going to move to right center, McCutchen to left center. And somebody throws Bryce Harper a glove. And it's going to be Bryce Harper who's going to go over to first base. Bohm is going to go over to third where he started the game. And the Phillies will have Matone, Gregorius, and Kingery ring the infield and play at the edge of the grass. So this is fun. I'm pretty sure Contreras hasn't seen this in his young career.
No, you don't get this at Double-A.
Certainly not at Double-A. But here's a spot where if he could just dump one over the heads of the Phillies, infield drawn in, Braves walk home happy. But he's got to make contact. Phillies will come home on a ground ball if it's hit to one of their infielders directly. If it's not, Ozuna's got to get a great break off third and try to outrun the baseball. The first. Made him throw a strike, and he did.
Oh, man. That was a good bit in off the plate. Look at this pitch. And that's what he's going to do. You know, we saw him take advantage of an inexperienced hitter. He's going to try to come in hard, soft away.
No balls and a strike. And Contreras with a look back just to make sure that was too wide of the plate. Even count. High drama in Atlanta.
And he's trying to get him. At some point here, you're going to see that cutter slider away.
1 ball, 1 strike. A little too low. Look at Pache clapping his hands in the on-deck circle, cheering on his young teammate, William Contreras. Two balls and a strike. Little dribbler hit toward third. Ozuna broke back to the third base bag.
Yeah, I don't know. Not that it would have mattered, but.
So he is forced at the plate. Riley is at third. Swanson is at second. Contreras reaches on the force play, and now Pache is the batter. Now let's see how the Phillies play this.
Yeah, they're going to send Bryce back to right field now.
Yeah. With 2 outs, now you can have Bohm go back to first. Kingery the man at third. Gregorius at short. Matone at second. If you want to throw a surprise party, you can always try to lay down a bunt. I know there's 2 outs.
One on him.
Well, let's see if Pache can get something going. He's 2 for his last 22 at the plate. Kinsler now with 2 outs. Drove that into the stands. Foul, strike 1. Swung late at 93. Told you all about the Braves' 2-out run scoring abilities. Most 2-out runs in the game, 73 of them. 2 tonight, courtesy of the Sandoval pinch hit homer. No balls and a strike. Pop fly, and that'll trickle into the seats.
And that's one thing the Phillies feel comfortable, too, about loading the bases, Chip. Kempster's only walked one batter 44 face this year. He's throwing strikes.
So Joe Girardi made the decision to issue the back-to-back intentional walks to go after Contreras and Pache. He's gotten 1 out. He needs 1 more strike to force an 11th inning. Oh, and 2. Riley at third. Here it is downstairs. The last homestand, I think, for the Phillies. JT Realmuto had a ball get away.
Yeah, we'll take a win however we need to get it.
No question. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Manny in the lower bowl. Standing is 1, hoping Pache can end the game right here.
We want to talk about a confidence boost for him, too.
Oh. man's never without confidence. Pablo Sandoval, 4 pinch hit homers as we battle on in the 10th inning. Real Muto wants to recalibrate the signs here. And now they'll have to do it again. All that adds to the tension for young Christian Pache. Now we're ready. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. And the strategy for Joe Girardi works. Kinsler gets out of it, and we fight on to the 11th. Pondering his options as he already has a short bench. It's even shorter because of this sequence in the 7th. Sam Coonrod buzzed the tower of Acuna, who didn't like it, and then the very next pitch hit him on the left hand. Acuna doubled over in pain. It sounded awful. Slammed the helmet down, left the game. X-rays were taken, and thankfully those X-rays were negative. He is day-to-day with a left finger contusion, officially the left pinky. So what could have been a horrifically crippling injury for the Braves turns out to be a sore hand at the moment for Ronald Acuna, which is the best possible outcome.
Huge break.
So A.J. Minter will come on and pitch the 11th inning. J.T. Realmuto is the runner at second for the Phillies. Bohm, Gregorius, and Nick Matone are coming up in a 3-3 game. Why are we tied 3-3? Pablo Sandoval with 2 outs this year. 4 homers, 10 RBIs, and 6 for 11 at the plate. A pinch hit homer tied it up.
I think we said, what, 7 is the record for pinch hit home runs in a season. He's already got 4.
3 of them came in April. Wow, what a unbelievable role for Sandoval. So here's Bohm, and A.J. Minter is back in for Atlanta.
I got to give some credit to a great stat man, Hal Galima, tonight. He joined the mix it up even though he wasn't on it with Pablo Sandoval, Joe.
The coach
called it.
Hal Galima. Eight straight scoreless appearances for A.J. Minter, dating back to April 15th when he had a rough outing against the Marlins. And since that date, Minter with 5 holds for the Braves. Big stat for A.J. He's inherited 5 runners. None of them have scored. He's retired 12 of 15 first batters. That's critical with the extra inning rule. And he's ahead of Alec Bohm, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Well, for him especially, if you can find a way to get Bohm right here for Minter, you set up 3 lefties in a row.
One ball, 2 strikes for Alec Bohm, who drove in a run with a first inning ground out. The pitch. He went. Yes, he did. Bohm couldn't check his swing. Minter tears him apart with a cutter. 1 out.
Wow, great pitch. Look at him trying to pull those hands in. Couldn't stop. It's like now you got the matchups you want. 3 in a row.
Didi Gregorius is 0 for 4. Time is called. When we get to the bottom of the 11th inning, Adrianza.
I would imagine Mathis.
Or Inoa. Or Fried. Can you
The only way I would say you're going to see a pitcher there is if they walk someone, it's first and second, you want to bunt them over.
And as you know, in the National League game, managers are loath to use their backup catchers in case you have somebody injured. It rarely happens, but I think Mathis is the last regular player the Braves have available, because they had to use Adrianza and Sandoval once Acuna got hurt. So we'll see how it all plays out. 1 ball, no strikes. Ball 2.
Unless there's bases loaded, I know who's not going to get a chance to win the game. Freddie.
Yeah. Well, he's due up third, so that can't happen.
As I said, unless there's bases loaded, then they got to face.
Yeah. This game has been an exercise in futility. The Phillies and Braves were combined 1 for 24 with runners in scoring position. Again, Philadelphia 1 hit in extra innings this year. It came against the Braves and won them a game. Atlanta does not yet have a hit. And this their 5th extra inning affair of the year. Got to change that. But you got to get Gregorius first. Pitch. Tipped and caught. 2-1 the count. Cutter. Finals in the East. Mets beat Arizona. Miami lost to Milwaukee. The Yankees beat the Nationals in 11. This would be such a wonderful win for the Braves to get. They'll have the right guys coming up in the bottom of the inning if Minter can hold them at bay here. The 2-1. AJ's got his A-plus cutter working tonight.
That's good news. When he's got that thing and he can really locate it, such a weapon for him. Really, the pitch, it's got him back to where he's at.
Well, here's where you want action. Let's finish him off here. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Check, swing, roller, foul at third. Thank you.
Thank God it hit the edge of the grass.
That was going to be an awfully close play. The Phillies have used their quota of those against the Braves in the first 9 games already, or 8 games. No mas. A check swing almost turned into a thing of beauty for the Phillies. And you're right, it hit the lip of the grass and took a hard left turn. Where did this hit? Oh, man. That's a reverse cue shot.
Wow.
Two balls, 2 strikes. He got him looking. Perfect pitch. Gregorius has no argument. That absolutely got the lower quadrant of the strike zone.
And he's been calling it all night. Oh, yeah, that's going to get called every time. Sometimes, you know, Chip, when the pitch before and you get that 2-seamer running way in, it backs you up. That's probably why he thought that was a bit off the plate.
The old down and away strike works for A.J. Minter, who's got back-to-back strikeouts, and now Nick Maton is the hitter. And the front door pitch in for a strike. Not sure Minter wanted that pitch delivered there, but it was certainly effective. No balls and a strike for the Phillies second baseman. This is one of those nights you don't mind staying up late on a Saturday night to watch the Braves play. This has been high drama all night long. Fly ball well hit right center field. Can anybody catch that? The answer is no. It's up off the fence. Maton with a double brings home Real Muto, and on a one-strike pitch, the Phillies take the lead 4-3.
You know, he had a good swing off Matzik earlier, hit a bullet down the right field line, just foul. Look at that, just pulls the hands in, nice swing. Braves kind of got a break there too with it hitting the fence and not going out.
So the Phillies lead 4-3. Their 2 extra inning hits this year have come at the expense of the Braves, and they're both run scoring hits. Now you've got to get Herrera, keep it at 1, and take your chances in the bottom half with 9, 1, and 2, and hopefully more coming up. 4-3 Phillies in the 11th. And catcher's interference. That'll be an error on Contreras. And Herrera is going to take first base.
Yep.
So catcher's interference, it is an error. And runners now first and second, 2 outs, 1 in for the Phillies. And Kingery is the hitter. Kingery has struck out twice. He was the runner placed at second in the Philadelphia 10th, and obviously they failed to score. 4 runs, 9 hits for the Fightins, 3, 5, and 1 for the Braves. Now it's lefty versus righty for A.J. And Kingery didn't get it. Strike 1. Good fastball, 95.
He's been late on fastballs all night. It's 2 strikeouts, so if you're A.J., you keep attacking. Don't speed up his bat.
Braves Live will follow us whenever that is. We'll stay up all night if we can get a win. We're down a run now. No balls and a strike. A.J. telegraphed that changeup and missed badly with it. Even count. One more, and the Braves will go to work at the plate.
Came back with another. Down in the zone that time. And the good news for the Braves, they got Christian starting off at second base. So this inning, you got some speed out there.
That is Connor Brogdon. Braves have gone through Coonrod, Alvarado, Neris, and Kinsler in relief tonight. Connor Brogdon will be the next man out for the Phillies, it appears. Brogdon's had 2 bad games during which he gave up 4 homers. In his other appearances, he's got a 1.08 ERA.
Let's hope it's one of the other 2.
I'm with you 100%. 1 ball, 2 strikes for Scott Kingery, the Phillies' third baseman. Just a scotch high. 2 balls, 2 strikes. After Kingery, you've got McCutchen. All this trouble with 2 outs. The RBI double by Nick Maton. And then Herrera reached on catcher's interference. He leads at first, Maton at second. And here it is. High pop into left. Ozuna's coming on. That hangs up for him, and he'll get there to retire the side. Kingery broke his bat. Braves need 1 to tie, 2 to win, and they'll start with Ede Adrianza at the plate. Well, the sum total of the Braves offense tonight, Jeff, is 3. Thanks to 2 homers, one by Freeman, one for Sandoval. Phillies have taken the 4-3 lead in the 11th. Connor Brogdon is the pitcher. And again, interesting scenario for Atlanta. You've got Christian Pache being placed at second base. You've got Ede Adrianza coming up. And then the pitcher spot is due.
It's Mathis.
The last available position player for Brian Snitker. So let's see if Adrianza can work some magic here. He's the man that drew the walk ahead of the Sandoval homer. Remember, he was down to his last strike against Hector Neris.
Yeah, 1-2, 2-2, and came back, took 2 good splits on the corner to set up Pablo.
Didi Gregorius trying to keep Pache close at second, and that's downstairs, ball 1. Kingery playing even with the bag on the grass at third, just in case Ede thinks about a bunt. If he was to pull a bunt, he could outrun Bohm and Brogdon. Bohm playing way back at first with the left-hand hitting Adrianza up. Pitch. And that floats in for a strike, an 85-mile-an-hour changeup. One ball, one strike. Almost hit him.
Yeah, if you can find a way to put one of these first 2 on, whether they tie it up or not, you at least know you get a chance with Freddie and Marcel to either tie it or win it.
Yeah, the Braves have the right guys coming up. As this one chopped off the plate. Didi's got it. Throw to first. Throw it away. Here comes Pache. He slides in safely. Baltimore chop. One of those goes the Braves' way.
Yeah, Chip, Didi actually makes a fantastic play here. But hurried the throw, you see, and pulled it.
And the Phillies got very lucky that that ball did not end up in the camera well. So it's a base hit for Adrianza. It ties the game.
Now you're going to get Max, and this is where you're going to get that bunt.
And it's delivered low. So the Braves have one bullet left among offensive players, but in an obvious bunt situation, you have Fried. If he gets it down, well, you know Joe Girardi's not afraid to walk people.
Oh, he's going to walk Freddie, and then he's going to take his chances with Ozuna and Ozzie.
Fried gets it down. It's a perfect bunt. Attaway, Max.
What a great punt.
So Freddie will be intentionally walked. That'll make the crowd boo, but first and second for Ozuna. Joe Girardi walked the bases loaded in the 10th inning and got out of it. Great running by Pache. He never stopped running around that bag at third, and once the ball got by Bohm, He dove in head first to get us tied.
Yep.
So Ozuna, key man in the inning. And a vicious cut, and that got a piece of Real Muto on the way by.
Yeah, at that point, you know you're set with a sack bunt, Chip. You know you're sacrificing Freddie. But at the same point, you're putting your 3-4 hitters with a chance to win.
Well, Adrianza at last has the first Braves hit in extra innings. No balls and a strike. High pop right side. That one might stay in play. Boom over near the netting. It's just into the seats 2 rows deep. Thank you very much. That was close. 0-2.
That was. It gives them another chance. And Ozuna not the highest average yet at 209 this year, but he's been great with runners in scoring position this year, 290. Likes these situations.
And barring a double play, if Ozuna can't win it, then you've got the switch hitting Ozzie Albies next. How about these fans in Atlanta?
I want to see a win. They've been waiting 19 months to come in here and see this.
No balls, 2 strikes. Fast man at second, the pitch. Little pop. That one's going to be in play. That is an infield fly. Ozuna can't come through. 2 outs. So it's up to Ozzie if Atlanta's going to win the game. They've already tied it. Albies has walked and tripled to highlight his night. Swing and a miss. What a cut. This kid's got a good arm. Rail splitter thin, but brings it. 96 miles an hour from Connor Brogdon.
Got to give a lot of credit. Both these bullpens have done a pretty darn good job with standing Neris' home run.
And both these clubs are going to leave the gas tank on empty tonight.
Yeah.
With Inoa and Nola pitching in Game 3 tomorrow. .98. Braves have seen enough of that tonight from Coonrod, who nailed Acuna on the left hand. Boy, if Ozzie was just a little late and smoked the ball to where the shortstop normally would be, we'd be in business.
Yeah, he's got the whole left side. Kingery's playing closer to third, but he got 90 feet. You see there between Didi and the bag.
Way outside, Riley would be next. 3-1 the count.
When this is where Ozzie's got to be a little smart though, because you got to pitch. He's going to Brogdon. My guess is going to kind of face this a little bit like there's a base open.
It happens to be third. Let's see what he gets. 3 balls and a strike. Here it is. Little ground ball hit to second. Ozzie reached out, rolled over, and we will play on to the 12th.
Tied up at 4, and what a finish setting up here in Atlanta. And naturally, we will have so much to unpack in Braves Live, presented by Xfinity. We could start with, I don't know, Pablo Sandoval's 4th pinch hit homer, or Freddie Freeman tonight going deep, and he needed that one. What are you?
I don't know whose
You're
pick
just
that was.
excited over there, huh?
I don't know whose pick that was, but here I am.
How about the bullpens, the work that they're doing tonight? And I mean, Ian Anderson kept this one at bay.
This has been a crazy game. There's a lot to talk about. I can't wait to talk about Panda. That's my guy tonight, even though I did not pick him to mix it up. But I want to talk about Panda tonight. Yeah, Chip, Frenchie, why didn't you guys pick the Panda in your pick to mix tonight? That would have made sense.
Well, Kelly, you know I'm not that smart.
Yeah, and I let Hal have it tonight. He needed it.
Of course he did.
Well, Jacob Webb is on to face the top of the Phillies order. Andrew McCutchen will get it started. Remember, Kingery placed at second. We're in the 12th inning now. Back and forth we go. These two heavyweights punching and counter-punching. Sometimes swinging and missing too often. But here we are, tied in the 12th round. 4-4 game.
Yeah. Knapp's moved out on deck, their backup catcher. Saw Webb's first pitch changeup. Chip, that's been his best pitch his last two outings. Has been really good.
And he follows that with a 94-mile-an-hour fastball. Remember, the Braves have a different composition to the bullpen. Josio De La Cruz and Victor Arano are here. Arano, a former Philly. Nothing against them. You'd rather have them ease into competition rather than pitch in a game as tight as this one.
When it goes much longer, you're going to see one of those two.
That's true. And then who will follow Connor Brogdon? We will have to wait and see. Out of the Phillies bullpen, 1 ball, 2 strikes for McCutchen. Daniel De Los Santos. One, 2 count. And that's hammered foul. And we'll do it again with 1 ball and 2 strikes. Gene Segura's had himself a great series. He's out of the game now after 3 more hits tonight. He has 7 hits in the first 2 games. Braves will try to calm him down tomorrow night. As back and forth we go in a 4-4 game in the 12th. High target for Webb. The 1-2. Hammer toward third. Bad hop. Eats up Riley. And no advance. Austin Riley wore one. Where did he get hit?
I think right in the upper chest. That thing took a nasty hop. Oh.
That was close to the Adam's apple. Riley took a thrown baseball to the chin in New York. That one almost off the bat and off the face. Thankfully, the Braves' big burly third baseman kept it in front of him. No advance by the runner at second, and now Andrew Knapp is the batter. Knapp has had a knack for big hits against the Braves. They have not gotten much help off their bench. Their pinch hitters have a total of 1 RBI this year. Think about that. And a bunt. Contreras pounces, drops the ball, and has no play. In his haste to make the throw to first, he couldn't get a handle. And Andrew Knapp with a big hit, we assume, loads him up for the Phillies, and nobody's out. That's ruled a sacrifice and the second error of the game for Contreras.
Yeah.
And now Rick Kranitz is out to talk to Webb. Phillies have the bases loaded. There's nobody out, and Bryce Harper is coming up.
And look, either way, you're going to have to face JT Realmuto, but right there you had an opportunity to get second and third, just like they did to the Braves. Walk Harper. And even though JT can play, at least you have one out. You set up a double play. You set up something. Now You got no outs.
Braves don't bring in a fifth infielder. Of course, with nobody out, you wouldn't do that. If the ball were to find a gap, you'd clear the bases, then you're done. So standard alignment here for Harper. The Braves will probably concede a run for a double play ball if they can get it. What they'd love is a strikeout. And that's a good way to start. Strike one for Harper. Well, this game, as Nick Green just said in the update from the Braves live desk, this is a game he could write several chapters about. Missed opportunities, big injuries, gutty pitching performances, the pressure of extra innings. It is all there tonight. Managerial decisions. Joe Girardi not afraid to use the intentional walk. Brian Snitker getting Pablo Sandoval up in the 9th inning after Adrianza walked with 2 strikes. This has been some kind of game. As Harper takes a strike, thought it was down.
I think he just let him have it, too. Maybe expand it a little more, see if you get the call.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Back to the mound. Coming to the plate. Bad throw. Webb throw it away. 2 runs are going to score. He forgot to cover the plate after he threw it away. Oh, my goodness. He got the comebacker off Harper's bat. And he threw it to the backstop, and 2 runs score. And then he compounded the error by being upset about the bad throw. So Harper reaches. That'll be a fielder's choice and an E1.
He made a great stop, and as you said, you see right there, he tried to hurry it up.
So the Phillies are back in front 6-4. And still nobody out. And it has a shift on. 3 infielders on the grass on the left side. That's high. 1 ball, 1 strike. So the Braves have committed 3 errors in the last 2 innings. 2 by Contreras, that big one by Webb. Well, if you'd gotten that clean throw to the plate, you might have turned 2. Instead, the Phillies get 2 and the lead.
Where the little fundamentals.
One ball, 2 strikes. Look, Jacob wasn't trying to throw the ball away. I'm sure in his excitement of making the stop on Harper, he just rushed it. If he pauses and settles for 1 out in that spot, you still have a double play and you still have a tie game. But when he needed the game to slow down, it speeded up just enough, and Contreras couldn't save him with a reach at the plate. 1-2 pitch. Base hit to right. That'll score another run. And Knapp is home. That extends the lead to 7-4. Another opposite field hit for the Phillies, and bookend base hits for JT Realmuto, who now has 16 RBIs.
why he's the best catcher in baseball right now. Fouls some pitches off and just pokes it to right field for the easy RBI single. Like you said, you make that play, it's set up a double play. You get a walk, JT, to face Bohm.
Who's hitless tonight but has an RBI. 7-4 Phillies. And a swing and a miss. Well, you can't say the Braves didn't have their chances. They had the bases loaded in the 10th inning. Couldn't win it there. A bad throw by Gregorius allowed him to get the game tied in the 11th. Well, that young part of the order is going to have to get it done in the 12th. That'll be a double play, and sure enough, it comes now. Runner to third, 2 outs. So looking ahead to the home 12th, Albies will be placed second. It'll be up to Riley, Swanson, and Contreras. No hits for Didi in the game. That's popped up into the stands. It's strike one.
Yeah, I mean, you go back to the 10th, you had it how you wanted. You had bases loaded, 1 out. You had 2 chances. Last inning, you had first and second with 1 out. Again, 2 chances.
With Ozuna and Albies, the guys you want up. And they couldn't get the ball out of the infield. So a bitter pill to this point for Atlanta. As Gregorius down a strike. Nice stop there by Contreras. And the count is 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Another cue shot. Boy, Didi Gregorius uses every inch of that 33 or 34-inch bat. Remember last time he was up, he hit a ball foul that cued right off the knob.
Yeah.
And that one was hit right off the end of the bat. I think he's got a cupped-ended bat. Lucky he didn't break that piece of lumber here. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And a shot toward Riley. Backhanded play this time. Make a good throw, kid. And he did. So the old saying, haste makes waste. And it cost the Braves a handful of runs in the 12th. Braves, it has been a wild one. We are in the 12th inning. Phillies have the lead. And Kelly and company standing by with Braves Live, presented by Xfinity. Hopefully after the Braves score 4 here in the bottom of the 12th inning. Andrew Knapp stays in the game. He will play first base for the Phillies. And Aniel De Los Santos is on to pitch. He made some headlines the other day, last Tuesday. Joe Girardi called on him after he had been called up from the alternate site. De Los Santos wasn't on the lineup card. How about that? They had to use David Hale instead, but held on to beat the Brewers 6-5. So a computer glitch was costly for the Phillies and De Los Santos. As Ozzy Albies getting his padding ready. He'll be the placed runner to start the 12th inning.
I think someone's going to have to take Kelly, Nick, and Peter some coffee or something out there.
Yeah. Austin Riley took a ball off his chest a moment ago and just saw 94 come fogging by. No balls and a strike. Nothing in 1 for Austin Riley. One more note on the De Los Santos lineup card snafu. In the old days, each major league team would manually populate their roster, their lineup card, which has the extra players and the pitchers. They present that to the umpires before each and every game. Well, now the lineup card is auto-populated by the Major League Baseball player system. And if someone is brought up at the last minute, as De Los Santos was the other day, sometimes that computer system misses a transaction. That's exactly what happened to De Los Santos and the Phillies last week. Also happened to the Brewers.
That's why you just write it in.
Things were much simpler back then, weren't they? The 1-2 pitch is way outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Obviously, it's the responsibility of the team, the manager, the bench coach, and others to find that mistake. But that one slipped through the cracks for Counsell and Girardi, but in Joe's case, no damage done. 2 balls, 2 strikes for Riley. Braves are down 7-4 in the 12th.
It's like every guy that comes out of the bullpen just pumping 96.
It's just amazing, isn't it?
Unreal.
I don't know if there's a remedy for it. Players are bigger, they're stronger, they're better conditioned, their mechanics are better. All the video and training enhancements. It'll be interesting to see how the hitters catch up, if they ever do. 2 balls, 2 strikes. That one's center cut. Riley sprayed it straight back. Aaron Nola goes tomorrow for the Phillies. Will he try to salvage a series win, or will he be pitching for a sweep? That depends on what the Braves do here in the 12th inning. Ozzie Albies at second, nobody out. Good fight here for Riley. Boy, Austin, you'll see an 8th pitch. De Los Santos is ready. Well, Braves need base runners. Riley's forced a full count. That pitch is best at 97. That's just foul at third.
He's fighting them. It's pretty good to get a piece of that after 97.
Well, like you said, the Aroldis Chapman at bat was a prolonged sequence. Here, Riley is going to see Jeff a 10th pitch.
Yeah.
De Los Santos checks the cue card and now has a game plan. 3 balls, 2 strikes again. 10th pitch of the at bat. And here it is. He lost him. Riley coaxes a walk. Well, let's see if Dansby can reach, and then Contreras hits a grand slam and we go home happy.
Now, look, he's got good stuff, but you got to remember, Chip, there's a reason he's pitching this late in the game. And they've used a lot of their better bullpen guys, so you see the lack of control there. And they got Dansby up and, you know, see what happens.
His outing May 5th was his first in the major league since June 23rd of 2019. So he's shaking off some big league rust against big league hitters. Dansby, first pitch, base hit left field. Ozzie's going to get the green light. And then he slams on the brakes and heads back to third. Wash was waving him, but the Braves have him loaded now and nobody out.
Yeah, Wash was waving him. I just think Dansby or Ozzie right here thought I had to go back. I don't want to get thrown out right here. I get it. Your run's nothing yet.
True.
So I do understand it.
I want to make sure he touched third base. I wondered if for a moment he might have thought he missed the bag. I think that's what it was.
Well, you saw Wash. He was yelling at him. He might have been saying, go back, stop.
Well, bases are loaded. Contreras versus De Los Santos. Good cut. Fouled back, strike one. Now it's Joe Girardi's turn to grab the antacid bottle. Bases are loaded, nobody out. Braves have hit 4 grand slams. Line drive left field, that's down for a hit. That'll score 2. Streaking toward third, Swanson. They're going to wave him. Here he comes. They missed the cutoff man. It's a double and we're tied.
Wow. Got the slider. Even though he had him out in front of it, hooked it perfect. And Dansby, great running. He was going the whole time. When Wash saw McCutchen bobble in left field, kept waving him.
All right. Here comes Girardi. Again, the Phillies will strategize here. Now, here's where you hope to use, shall we say, the inexperience of Pache as a weapon. If ever there was a time for Pache to think about a bunt, this would be it. As the Phillies are going to have to go to their bullpen yet again. De Los Santos cannot retire a batter, and it's going to be Matt Moore.
William Contreras' huge double, gets a slider, gets him out front, Chip, but he's able to turn on it. McCutchen bobbles it. So Dansby keeps running, and this is the other one. Misses the cutoff man right here, allowing Dansby to score, who never, watch this right here, Chip, never stops running. This is where you pick up Wash, he's waving him. Now you got a tie ball game. See if you can win it the hard way.
Against Matt Moore, who is in the rotation for the Phillies, was on the injured list from April 19th through the 25th. This is his 31st appearance out of the bullpen, and he faces Pache. Winning run at second. There's nobody out. Get this man to third. He shows bunt, lays it down, throw late to third, and safe. Kingery double clutched on his throw to third. Gregorius was there, and somehow Contreras got in ahead of the play.
Yeah, take a look at this. When we see the replay, I don't know if Didi was over there yet, and I think that's why he had to. Here you go, Chip. Yes, he wasn't there quite yet.
And it looked like Contreras with a swim move got in with the right hand. There's the double clutch, and just under the calf. Wow. So it's there for the taking for Atlanta.
Great slide. Yeah, if he goes straight in, he's out.
Infield in for the Phillies. Adrianza could win the game. The outfield comes into Little League depth. Right-handed hitters have killed Matt Moore this year. Adrianza is a switch hitter. All he's done since coming in the 7th inning is pick up 2 hits, walked and scored, and driven in a run. The Phillies had a 7-4 lead. The Braves have tied it in the 12th. There's nobody out. And bounced foul past third. 1 ball, 1 strike.
See him trying to come in right here. Cutter in, fastball in, Chip. He's trying to get him to roll over to that left side, not let him get extended.
Everybody in the ballpark knows if he hits a deep fly ball, you've got a great chance to win the game.
Yeah. Outfielder's playing so shallow.
1-1 pitch. Oh, what a cut. 1-2.
Adrianza's got 3 sack flies this year already.
Normally, you'd say with 1 out, the next hitter's the key man in the inning. Right now, Adrianza might be that guy. If he doesn't reach, you've got Mathis in the on-deck circle. He's a catcher. And the Phillies, would think about trying to get 2. But let's not worry about that. Let's see if he can come through with a 2-strike bit of contact. Moore's pitch. Yanked foul. That'll scatter the Phillies dugout.
And the other thing, Mathis has been on the bench for 5 hours. So you want to end it right here. Good contact hitter.
Well, I guarantee you, he can read a lineup card with the best of them. He was down behind the Braves dugout in that cage, taking some swings, trying to get loose.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Adrianza was down to 2 strikes earlier. Driven to right field. That ball is down, and the Braves have won it. The chase is on, and Adrianza and the Braves somehow, some way, win this one in 12. What a game! This is a team, Jeff, that did not have a hit in extra innings until Adrianza's single in the 11th. He had 2 hits in extra innings, and the Braves somehow, some way, down to their last strike, steal game 2 of this series from the Phillies.
Yeah, I would say that 20,000 or so that stayed got to see the best game of the year. They battled down to their last strike. Pablo tied it up. When it looked like you were dead in the water in extra innings. 2 big hits. Now, instead of facing Nola tomorrow night with a chance to get swept, you got a chance to win the series.
Behind Huascar Ynoa, who will pitch for the Braves. What a marathon. What a night. Second huge crowd in Atlanta, and for the first time with these big crowds, the Braves are going to go home happy. The ball dropped in right, and Adrianza was running for his life as the Braves win this game 8-7. Unbelievable. A game that had so many twists and turns. All the youthful mistakes that Atlanta made in the top half of these extra innings. Well, youth was rewarded. Contreras with that 3-run double to get the game tied, and he scores what proves to be the winning run off the bat of Ede Adrianza, who has his first game-winning hit for the Braves in 2021. Man, oh man, oh man, what a lift for the Braves, who are now 16-17. They pick up a game on the Phillies. They'll start play tomorrow, 1.5 back in this crazy National League Eastern Division. We're waiting on William Contreras to join us downstairs. Paul Byrd is standing by to talk to him. What an emotional night for the Braves kid catcher. He'll put on the headset in a moment at the end of the Braves dugout. Paul Byrd's getting set up as well. Wow, what a treat for what was left of a crowd of 39,852 here at Truist Park. Braves now 3-5 against the Phillies. Chance to make it 4-5 if Ynoa can outduel Aaron Nola tomorrow night. Paul Byrd, we're tired of filibustering. What a win. Game-winning hit for Adrianza. Contreras scores it, and the Braves have even up the series.
That is one of the best games I have seen in a long, long, long time. William Contreras, a huge hero tonight with that big double, 3-run double. Simply incredible. I got to know, is that the biggest hit of your life?
William, felicidades. O sea, tremendo éxito en este juego, que si en tu opinión ese ha sido el hit más importante de tu vida.
Mire, primeramente gracias a mi familia, me está viendo en casa. Es un momento que creo que único en la vida, tremendo momento, mejor momento que he tenido en el show. Y nada, seguir trabajando, seguir enfocado, y el juego no se acaba hasta el último out.
First and foremost, thank you, and big thank you to my family who's watching at home. And you know, what a unique, special moment, tremendous moment. Definitely, I think, you know, the best moment I've had so far in the show. But with all that said, just got to maintain the focus and keep on working every single day.
What about the Panda coming up down to the last strike? Sandoval comes through with the big home run. What did that feel like on the bench, the emotion of this incredible game at that time?
Cuéntanos la emoción en el banco y en el dugout cuando Pablo Sandoval tuvo el éxito ahí y pues pegó el jonrón ahí. Cuéntanos la emoción y cómo estuvo todo el mundo en el dugout, por favor.
Increíble, increíble la emoción que tuvo en el dugout. Como te dije, esto no se acaba hasta el último out. Salió hacia el Panda, consiguió su batazo como lo estábamos esperando, jonrón. Y nada, aquí ganamos por él también.
It was incredible. I mean, like I previously said, it's not over till the last out, and Panda goes up there and he did exactly what we were expecting him to do. He hit home run, tied the game, and he's part of the reason that we won this game too, 100%.
Hey, way back when we gave up 3 runs early, you caught a tremendous game. Didn't just do it with the bat. Bounce back. Ian Anderson, the bullpen was excellent. Your thoughts?
Bueno, que no solo con el bateo en la extra entradas, pero también, o sea, el juego entero. Tuviste un tremendo juego como receptor y el bullpen y Ian Anderson después de la primera entrada, todos hicieron súper bien. Cuéntanos un poquito sobre eso.
Mira, Ian Anderson, como todos lo conocemos, un tremendo pitcher. Uno de los mejores pitchers que tenemos ahorita en los Bravos. Y mira, él hizo su ajuste, nosotros hicimos el ajuste. Llamamos tremendo juego, creo que tiró 6 innings y pudimos salir de eso. El bullpen vino fuerte hoy también, increíble. Como salieron las cosas, increíble, ganamos.
Look, Ian's a tremendous pitcher, and we all know him. We all know that, and he's one of the best pitchers we got. So for him to go out there and make the adjustments, and then for us as well to make the adjustments, I think that's what sort of yielded to having the success that we did the rest of the game. And everyone kind of just made those adjustments, and that's really all I can say. That everyone kind of just rallied together.
Thank you for treating us to a game that lasted past midnight. It was one of the most exciting games I've ever seen. Chasing Adrianza at the end, all of it was fantastic. I loved it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Chip.
No question, Bertie. What a night. After midnight, we got to get off air before we turn into pumpkins. Braves win it in 12 innings, 8-7. They have split the first 2 games of the series, and tomorrow night on national television, go for a series win behind Huáscar Ynoa. We are back with you Tuesday after the off-day Monday. The Blue Jays are in town for 2-night games, 1-day game here at Truist Park. We owe the Blue Jays some payback. For Jeff Francoeur, Paul Burt, and our entire crew, what a night, Atlanta. Braves win it in 12. Stay tuned. We'll wrap it up on Braves Live, presented by Xfinity next.